afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this City Commission meeting to order today. And I'll start with a moment of silence, and then we'll move to Pledge of Allegiance. We'll move to roll call, and then we'll start working through our city agenda. So if you'll join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right, next we'll go to roll call.
Commissioner Knight.
Present.
Commissioner Robbins.
Yes.
Commissioner Moody.
Present.
Commissioner Purdue.
Good afternoon, President.
Commissioner Sassi.
Present.
Commissioner O'Connor.
Present.
Mayor Bliss.
Yes, and Commissioner Connor, you want to share that you?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I just asked if I could be excused from the meeting. I just have a family emergency I have to attend to that was very unexpected, so I wanted to be able to at least check in, and I will be monitoring the meeting from home and watching the public comments related to the public hearings we're having today.
All right, thank you. All right, so next that will take us to our first opportunity for public comment. Let me walk you through our agenda today. We do have a very full agenda. So the first opportunity for public comment is going to be on items that we're voting on today. So earlier today, we had a number of standing committee meetings where we reviewed and voted on a number of topics. So the first opportunity for public comment is going to be specific to agenda items or things that we're actually voting on today. And then we have 2 scheduled public hearings. So if you want to speak on the recommended updates to our nuisance code or our disorderly conduct code, I'll be holding off and opening up those public comment periods a little bit later. We'll start with the presentation, and then I'll move and we'll have a public hearing for each of those items. And then if you are here to be heard on any other item, I'm going to ask you to stay put until the very end, and then we'll open up public comment on other items. So with that, I'll open up the first opportunity for public comment. Again, this is on action items only. So for this one, we ask that you share your name, the city that you live in. We'll give you up to 3 minutes to speak. And on this first one, we asked you to be explicit about what item you're referring to. A couple things about public comment. This goes for the first opportunity as well as the public hearings and the final public comment period. We do ask that you review the meeting procedures and expectations for public comment. We want to make sure that anyone who wishes to be heard, they have an opportunity to do that without being interrupted. We want to make sure that this is a space where people can be heard regardless of what their opinion is. So whether you agree with them or not, we're going to ask you to not interrupt them, no cheering, no booing, no screaming, and we'll try to make sure that everyone who wants to be heard has an opportunity to be heard today. So with that, we'll open up the first opportunity for public comment. Again, this is on action items only, and we ask that you be explicit about what item you're speaking to.
Your name.
Yeah, and please start with your name.
Afternoon, Mayor Bliss, other commissioners and staff. I'm Daniel Scott, 40-year resident of Grand Rapids. My real identity, though, is I'm a follower of the Lord Jesus Christ. I'd like to speak to... Thank you, sir. Resolution approving PEG grant reimbursements to GRCC and GRPS. God's holy word says, "Whoever shall offend one of these little children who believes in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hung about his neck and he were drowned in the depth of the sea." I object to my taxes being given to GRCC for any reason, and GRPS for that matter, for the continuing teaching and propagating of the lies that are destroying our children and families in this, our city. Lies such as evolution. By the way, evolution is a religion. It's called atheism. And if we teach our children that they evolved from animals, they'll act like animals. And we see that more and more. Please do not. Another opposition I have is teaching this gender confusion. Again, the Holy Scripture says God created man and woman. There's no in between. I would object my taxes being used to fund drag queen shows and the like. And of course, pornographic material being presented in our schools and now in our libraries. Truly, the time has come for parents to flee the public school system, because if you're watching the news, they're coming after our children. In fact, some in our government are calling our children their children. That we have no right to monitor what's being taught. These are the problems we're having in this city, is because of these lies from Satan. Thank you.
All right, others wish to be heard on action items. So these are items that we're voting on today.
Lucas, First Ward. Thanks for including my proposal to update and improve these meetings in your record of communications today. I encourage everyone to look at those ideas seriously, and I'm eager to talk with anyone who will consider actual change. Now let's talk about Committee of the Whole, item 6. Today, we'll hear a tale of two nuisances. One is an amendment to give more flexibility to the profit-making venture of the amphitheater, with noise extensions that are mostly reasonable. I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the amphitheater, believe it or not, but with a big, fat asterisk. We cannot ignore the fact that later on the agenda, you'll be tackling the issue of tightening the grip of law when it comes to those least fortunate and most marginalized. A nuisance noose, if you will. The optics of these two topics on the same agenda are ridiculous. But what I would ask you to do is consider some balance. As you make the exception for the amphitheater, consider various progressive ideas to pay back the community for such flexibilities, to offset the favors you're doing for the CAA and ASM Global. Consider the following. Institute a $1 per ticket fee for all performances to be collected in a fund used to offset the pain points caused by our growth as an entertainment and leisure destination. Via the amphitheater, this would mean about $500,000 a year toward housing, the current biggest problem caused by GR's success. Make the amphitheater a ticket freedom venue. Mark the beginning of the end of the current government-sanctioned monopoly that requires the use of Ticketmaster exclusively at the convention center, performance hall, and arena. This is low-hanging fruit. Literally no one likes Ticketmaster. This is a morally sound effort that would be vastly popular with everybody involved, except a few greedy, cheat-to-win capitalists. Require that the park adjacent to the amphitheater can never be closed for any purpose related to a show inside the venue. Bind the CAA, ASM, and all event promoters to a commitment to public space availability and access even during performances. I'm all for GR growing and coming to terms with being an entertainment town. After all, kind of lived that renaissance back home. But with the concessions you're making, you need to add measures that give equity to all the people that actually lived here or live here, housed or unhoused, and beyond. So let's talk about it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Others wish to be heard? Again, this is public comment on action items.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. It's good to see you all again. My name is Ivan Diaz, Kent County Commissioner for District 20, which borders Ivan Rest to the west, 28th Street to the south, Division to the east, and it just straddles exactly the location where this amphitheater would be. And that's what I am speaking about in this section, D6. Like Lucas, I am also a supporter of the amphitheater, but I think that there is a lot of concerns in the community that need to be addressed before we do a lot more to move forward. I've already reached out to my first ward commissioners, Commissioner O'Connor, Commissioner Robbins. Thankfully, Commissioner Robbins has taken the time to set up some time to meet with me later this week. We'll be talking about a number of things. But one of the concerns that I brought up, not only to my commissioners, but also to the developers that are developing factory yards along Godfrey Avenue, is that in the over a decade now that my family has lived in the southwest portion of Grand Rapids, we are constantly backed up by the train tracks that go through Godfrey Avenue and Cesar Chavez. Again, I definitely support this amphitheater with definitely some of the asterisks that Lucas brought up. But I think that if we really want this project to be the success that it can be, one of the things that we need to consider is what are we going to do about the tracks that are crossing those streets. One could imagine if my family had an emergency and we're stuck on the wrong side of the tracks, we would be stopped by that train to get to the hospital. We would have to then go around and take the highway to get to where we need to go. One of the developers that I spoke to that's developing factory yards suggested somewhere in the Black Hills, I believe, connecting one of those streets to Market. I haven't taken a quick look at that yet, but that could be an option. I did catch the city engineer as he was stepping out, and I did get his card so that we could speak in the future, but I do think that this is a matter of concern that needs to be addressed along with other things before we take further steps to move forward on this project. I think there's great opportunity here to create these types of environments where people can just go and hang out. You know, I'm 25 years old. There's not that many places for young people to go and congregate and just go and hang out. As somebody whose family is from Latin America, they have all of these plazas, essentially, plazas, where people can just go and hang out and just experience what it's like to live in the city like ours and meet with peers. And I don't think that we have had, I don't think that the due diligence has been made to address some of these concerns. And so as you all move forward with this project, as you all prepare to make some decisions to approve not only this change but others in the future, I really would like to ask you all to consider some of these concerns and to be as transparent as possible with the public as you're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner. All right, others wish to be heard. Again, this is on action items.
Hello, friends. Mark from Grand Rapids. CDC number 4, the resolution approving option agreements to eventual sites on First Street, Sherman, Neyland, and Lafayette. Now, I heard what I read in here that is going to be targeting affordable housing, single family homes. I hope you're right. I used to live in that neighborhood, live in one of them neighborhoods. I would like to see them be renovated and affordable and leave it at affordable levels. Can't be like Detroit when you have vacant lots all over the place. It's not good. Now, who are going to be the investors of this property? That's what I want to know. If they're going to be sleazy and try to hoodwink the public, that's a problem. So you better keep an eye on that. I don't want rich individuals to come jack up those those homes to astronomical prices, where the individuals who can't afford them can't get into them. People's lives are at stake, and it's up to you to keep your promise and make sure that these homes are affordable. Because if not, somebody's going to have to pay. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak on agenda items?
Hello, my name is Brandon Bilski. I live in the 2nd Ward, and I first want to comment that there aren't any more agenda packets actually out there, and I did ask for someone to provide them. Hopefully that can happen soon so everyone can participate. When you see that there's going to be a bigger crowd, especially on the heels of such major decisions that are being made today, I think facilitating and predicting that is a part of just basic democratic decorum. And on that note, I think there are many community organizers that have been asking for you to allow for Zoom calls to be made. I know at least 25 people who said they really wanted to be here to help and support our homeless population, and they were not able to because we can't participate in Zoom. And this is in regards to any and all of the agenda items, so you could say that arguably it's about all of them because of the very fact that we're talking about participation.
So what item do you want to speak to? that we're voting on?
Well, one in particular is the fact that you want the Better Business Bureau to be considered a civic organization, which on the same day that you're deciding on the fate of whether or not we're going to criminalize homelessness, you declare one of the centers of business to be a civic space. That is just one voice among many, and I'm speaking to the fact that you as a city are giving them a special designation as a civic space. When we think about civics, it's about that dialogue and the decorum of letting every voice be heard, and the will of the city is not going to be able to be represented today. And that is a big concern. While this is going to have several public hearings, which I would consider public action items too, so all of it is pertinent, I think we need to think long and hard about the amount of work we're putting into letting people be heard. And we're deciding and giving Grand Action 2.0 every opportunity. We can, as a city, raise millions, hundreds of millions of dollars when Mel Trotter needs 20 million to run, Degage needs 3. And when I say need, I mean that's hardly paying people like livable wages to do some of the hardest jobs in the city. They should double that for both of those organizations. And if you add all of them up, the ones serving the homeless currently on the front lines, it'd be about $100 million. If we had that much going to this issue, that is where the solutions lie. That is where great change can be made. And let's talk about the billions of dollars that these Grand Action 2.0 members have, the access, the prosperity that is silent in the face of this suffering while we say we need to move these homeless people off of our streets and take care of the problem. Well, what really is the problem?
All right, I'm going to close that public comment period, and that'll take us to our approval of the minutes. And these are the minutes from our last meeting on June 13th. Commissioners, can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next that will take us to petitions and communications.
The first one is a communication received from Lucas Leverett with proposed policy and procedure changes for Grand Rapids city meetings.
All right, that's received and filed.
13 communications received from Mark Baker, Soft Lights Foundation, regarding LED streetlights.
That's received and filed.
Communication from Daniel Barczewski regarding the resignation from the Economic Development Corporation and Brownfield Redevelopment Authority.
That is referred to our Committee on Appointments.
Communication received from Janet Zahn and Nate Ralbieri, Grand Rapids Climate Coalition co-chair, sharing concerns with the community master planning process.
That is received and filed.
Communication received from the ACLU Michigan regarding proposed amendments to the Grand Rapids City Code targeting the unhoused.
That is received and filed.
4 communications received regarding the unhoused and proposed ordinances.
And that is also received and filed.
I'd just like to add, we've been receiving from Action Network several emails also in regards in opposition to for the public hearing today, but because of the late hour that we're getting them, they'll be in that letter, and who sent them will be attached in the next packet.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just reiterate, people are welcome to continue to reach out to us by email or call us.
That's correct.
All right, next that will take us to reports of city officers.
Comptroller's report for the period of May 31, 2023 through June 27, 23 in the amount of $42,491,748.29.
That is received and filed.
Treasurer's report for the period of June 3, 2023 through June 22, 2023.
That's received and filed.
And the city clerk submitted copies of the police and fire retirement system actuarial valuation for the period or the year ending December 31, 2022.
And that is also received and filed. All right, next that will take us to our consent agenda. So our consent agenda are items that we talked about earlier today in one of our standing committee meetings, where today, with one voice vote, we'll adopt those items. Commissioners, can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? it carries. All right, that will take us to ordinances to be adopted, and we have 4 ordinances before us today. We'll start with the very first one.
The first one is a consideration of an ordinance rezoning 412 Lafayette Avenue Southeast and the rear portion of 415 Prospect Southeast to the TN-TBA, which is a traditional neighborhood, traditional business area zone district, and a portion of 409 Prospect Avenue SE, or Southeast, to the TN-LDR, which is the traditional neighborhood, low-density residential zone district.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Robbins, you want to tell us about this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On June 13th, 2023, the City Commission established July 11th, 2023 as the date to consider an ordinance rezoning 412 Lafayette Avenue Southeast and the western portion of 415 Prospect Avenue Southeast from TN-LDR, which is traditional neighborhood, low-density residential, to TN-TBA, traditional neighborhood, traditional business area, and rezoning the southeastern portion of 409 Prospect Avenue Southeast from TN-TBA to TN-LDR. This request is intended to facilitate future mixed-use office and residential development of the property.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? I think we're all well aware of this project. All right, this is a roll call vote today.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdue,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Moody,
Yes.
Commissioner Sassi,
Yes.
Mayor Bliss.
Yes, it carries. All right, that will take us to our second ordinance today.
It's consideration of an ordinance rezoning 700 Martin Luther King Jr. Street Southwest to the TN-TCC, which is traditional neighborhood, transitional city center zone district.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Knight, you want to tell us about this?
Yes, this request addresses an omission from an ordinance adopted on March 28th, 2023, intended to rezone this and adjacent former railroad right-of-way parcels from SD Special Districts Industrial Transportation to traditional neighborhood transitional city center, because some of the documentation associated with the subject property designated as being located in the southeast quadrant of the city. It was assumed that the property's inclusion was an error, and all references to the subject property were removed from the City Commission item. The other properties, which were listed as 620, 640, and 644 Chestnut Street Southwest and 835 and 943 Godfrey Avenue Southwest, were all rezoned as requested. The issues associated with the subject's property addresses have now been resolved.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, this is also a roll call vote today.
Commissioner Purdue,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Moody,
Yes.
Commissioner Sassi,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Mayor Bliss.
Yes, it carries. All right, that will take us to our third ordinance today.
Consideration of an ordinance amendment to a conditional rezoning agreement for a portion of 2525 28th Street Southeast, formerly 2682 Breton Road Southeast, to facilitate the construction of a parts warehouse and office and employee parking for Berger Chevrolet.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Moody, you want to tell us about this?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. On June the 13th of 2023, the City Commission established June 11th as this date as a date to consider a request for an amendment to a conditional rezoning agreement for properties fronting Breton Road. The agreement would allow for the construction of parts warehouse, office, and associated with employees parking for Berger Chevrolet dealership at 2525 28th Street. The background on this is that on June the 26th of 2016, the City Commission rezoned 2682 Breton Road Northeast as Special District Neighborhood Office Services to modern neighborhood commercial with a conditional rezoning agreement. The conditional rezoning voluntarily offered by the applicant was a request to facilitate the combination of subject properties with Berger Chevrolet dealership property to replace green space lost upon paving for an additional inventory storage on the main dealership property. The agreement stipulated use of the subject property as permanent green space associated with Berger Chevrolet dealership property at 2525 28th Street. A new conditional rezoning agreement is now requested for the facility to facilitate the expansion of Berger Chevrolet Parts Warehouse, located immediately west of the property, subject to 2016 conditional for a rezoning agreement.
Thank you. All right, Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, this is also a roll call vote today.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Connor? Oh, sorry. Got a list. Commissioner Moody?
Yes.
Commissioner Sassi?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Purdue?
Yes.
Mayor Bliss?
Yes, it carries. All right, and our last ordinance before us today.
I just want to make an announcement. My staff was bringing up more agendas, so.
Thank you.
The fourth one is a consideration of ordinance amending the zoning ordinance, Chapter 61 of the City Code pertaining to building height in the TNCC, which is Traditional Neighborhood Transitional City Center, and the TNCC, which is Traditional Neighborhood City Center Zone Districts, and the Grand River Overlay District.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Isasi, you want to tell us about this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As was mentioned at our last meeting on June 13th, we established today as a date to consider a number of these items, and this is related to the heights of buildings in these areas. So there's a lot of information in this ordinance language, but I really wanted to highlight what is actually the proposed amendments. And they're intended to allow additional building height by right in the TNCC, or what was mentioned, the Traditional Neighborhood Transitional City Center, and the TNCC, the Traditional Neighborhood City Center Zone Districts. These amendments will also eliminate a previous height bonus structure in the downtown height overlay and simplify the height bonus structure within the in the Grand River overlay. So we received a number of information about how this fits into sort of, changes as it relates to the master planning process. We had an update today about some also proposed zoning changes. I also would like to note that the Planning Commission also held a public hearing on these proposed amendments at the end of May. And there was no one there to testify, but there were letters of support that were submitted, and the Planning Commission did vote unanimously, all seven commissioners to support these proposed amendments.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'll turn to our clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Moody?
Yes.
Commissioner Sassi?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Commissioner Purdue?
Yes.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Bliss?
Yes, it carries. All right, Commissioners, that will take us to our scheduled public hearings. So again, we have two scheduled public hearings today. One is a public hearing on an amendment to Section 9.108 related to nuisances. And then the second one is one related to disorderly conduct. So what I'd like to do today is turn to our Deputy City Manager, Kate Behrens. She will do a brief presentation and she'll highlight the changes and recommended amendments for both of these items, but then I'll open them up separately. So the first one we'll do is the one related to nuisances, and then the second one related to disorderly conduct. So I'll start with Ms. Behrens, and then I'll open up for public comment, and I'll review the expectations again before we get to that. DC?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Just briefly for background for the benefit of the public, today's objectives, we are going to provide a brief background of how we got here, so some work that had happened over the last several months in front of the Public Safety Committee, give an overview of the ordinances that are proposed and the changes that they would implement in the city, and then open up for the public hearing and receive that testimony, and then turn it back to the Commission for further direction on when to bring these forward for action. So as I referenced, these ordinances that are in front of you and the public today are the result of some work that was initiated with the Public Safety Committee back in December. Through that process, and there's a lot of material online to provide more background information and reports that were generated throughout that process. But throughout that process, we did talk to the Public Safety Committee about sort of a public health and safety issues and a three-legged response, a three-pronged response, if you will, largely around issues of housing and housing instability. So those responses can be put into buckets of investments in facilities, investments in services, and then enforcement. So we did have a chance to talk to both the Public Safety Committee and the City Commission actually at the last meeting about some of those investments in services.
I'm sorry. Deputy City Manager. I'm just going to make a quick announcement. Before we get to opening up the public hearings, of course, you're welcome to stand up. We're going to ask you to keep the door open, or my fire chief, I think he's in here, will probably come and talk to you. But also, you can stay seated until we get to the public hearing if you want, and then obviously I'll ask if there's anyone else who wishes to be heard. So if you want to sit during the presentation and wait to be heard, you're welcome to do that as well. Sorry about that.
No problem. So at the prior commission meeting, you all approved a contract with Community Rebuilders for some rapid rehousing investments of $500,000. That level of investment is anticipated to help 15 to 20 individuals currently experiencing homelessness with support, both financially for rent and service support for up to 24 months. And we hope to see others in the community add to that contract as well. We have invested quite a bit of time and will continue to do so with a number of partner agencies that currently engage in street outreach. Prior to the work that we undertook with the Public Safety Committee, the continuum of care had already identified the need to align street outreach around a housing first objective. Those efforts continue. The city is leaning into some of those efforts as well, and looking at our own practices to make sure we are aligning around that housing first objective. We've also partnered with Crossroads Bible Church and many service providers to round out what was happening organically as that community at Crossroads Bible Church reached out and supported those experiencing homelessness or housing instability and asked if we could provide more services right on site once a week to, again, with that housing first objective, make sure that as people were coming in to get support and to get community, that we were there or that other service providers were there able to make sure everybody's had a housing assessment, that their information is in the system, and that right there on site they're able to get other services to help with that housing readiness. So to qualify, to connect to certain units that require certain documentation, we have medical providers now on site who are able to provide specific diagnoses, vital documents able to be provided so that people can more quickly take advantage of any unit they are matched with. So that's something we'll continue to expand upon, to pilot and then potentially expand upon. Again, with services, we've also, on the public health side of things, done more, and we talked quite a bit about this at the Public Safety Committee, so I won't belabor it, but we have done quite a bit on our own about making sure we're able to respond to conditions in our parks, on the rights of way and parking ramps. We are also coordinating referral complaints that need public health or a cleanliness sort of response through our 311 operators. We are coordinating getting those things addressed. We have also invested in our additional private security, both in parks and with our partners at DGRI in the downtown. Finally, and this is really where the ordinances that are in front of you sort of originated. Back in December, the commission was asked to consider additional ordinances in the city code. At the time, the direction was let's focus on enforcing those codes that we already have in place and see whether that is able to address everything, and then also refer to the Public Safety Committee to assess that and see if gaps still existed. The end result, even with enforcement of city codes, we did develop some recommendations for additional ordinances in 2 areas, and that's what's in front of you today. So one is around the storage of personal property on public property. So the city had a number of ordinances on the books around abandoned property in the right-of-way, lots of different definitions, lots of different sections of the code that address that situation, but after trying to operationalize enforcement of that and in consultation with the city attorney's office, some changes are recommended to our code to streamline, better define things, ensure that we are following due process considerations and a number of cleanup items. I would think that, I would say that The changes around personal property will largely allow our code to support some of the things that we have identified needing to do across our own operations. So we'll reinforce a lot of what we've been doing over the last couple months with respect to managing personal property in rights-of-way or public parks. I also do want to note here that the city has for several years invested in a personal property storage partnership with Meltrotter. So there is personal property storage options available for those experiencing homelessness. The second set of regulations is around certain conduct within commercial locations or during commercial transactions. So that's another new ordinance, and I am now going to turn it over to Deputy City Attorney Phil Strom to give you a little bit more detail about each of these ordinances.
All right, thank you, DC. Mr. Strom?
Thank you. And just to give a little bit of historical background about our office's commitment and involvement in this sort of work, we have been involved with the International Municipal Law Association through the support and leadership of our city attorney. We meet monthly, sometimes twice a month with that international group to learn from other cities' lived experiences, to hear what is going on both on the legal front and on the operational front in other cities as they try to balance the responsibility of managing and maintaining safe and healthy public spaces for everybody, and also managing and ensuring that everyone has their constitutional individual rights protected. And so this has been an evolving area of the law for a very long time. I would say that in 2018, this area of the law evolved more rapidly, and that was out on the West Coast. And in our Sixth Circuit, in our federal circuit that applies to the state of Michigan and the city of Grand Rapids, we haven't had much of that binding legal evolution. So we're really looking at non-binding case law that has come out to determine whether or not the ordinances that we're proposing would hold up if they were challenged here in the city of Grand Rapids in our Sixth Federal Circuit. What we do know is that in 2018, in a case called Martin v. Boise, the court held that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the imposition of criminal penalties for sitting, sleeping, or lying outside of public property for unhoused individuals that cannot obtain shelter. So the ordinances that we helped draft takes that into full consideration. We would not recommend, and the package of ordinances that were presented by certain community members at the end of last year suggested that that might be an approach to consider. But the Martin v. Boise case prohibits the imposition of criminal penalties for sitting, sleeping, or lying outside on public property for unhoused individuals that cannot obtain shelter. So this board should, and this commission should feel assured that that is not what these ordinances seek to do. After the Boise case, a case came along in the city of Grants Pass, and it was recently essentially reaffirmed, but is likely to go up to the U.S. Supreme Court. So when I say this is evolving and is likely to continue to evolve, this is real time. Last week, the Federal Court of Appeals declined to overturn the Grants Pass case. So that reaffirmed the notion that came out of Grants Pass, which precludes a city from prohibiting unhoused individuals from using blankets, pillows, cardboard boxes, or other protection from the elements while sleeping in the city's limits. So as we addressed and listened to the Public Safety Committee, we adhered and continue to adhere to the non-binding precedent, the persuasive precedent that comes out of the Grants Pass case that says you cannot selectively ban certain essential property from unhoused individuals that cannot find shelter elsewhere. So you will not see in this ordinance proposal a ban on pillows, a ban on blankets, a ban on any things specific like that because the grants pass case does not allow for it. What we were asked to do by the Public Safety Committee is try to find some lawful way to provide safer and cleaner spaces, which it's this city's responsibility to do that, in the public spaces in our city. So we'll take a look at the nuisance code and the specific ordinance around property maintenance. First of all, this is not a criminal penalty. There is no criminal penalty associated with the property changes that that the staff is asking this commission to consider. We are adding definitions around property, excess property, and essential property. We are prohibiting storage of unattended or excess personal property on public property, including the rights of way of parks. Functionally, what that means is different depending on where that property is found. What you'll see is the focus of this ordinance is to allow for a quicker removal depending on how unsafe that circumstance is. This ordinance change being suggested embeds due process considerations and requires our city staff to adhere to the constitutional due process protections that individuals enjoy as it relates to their property. We're not talking about a criminal arrest. We're not talking about a criminal charge. We're not talking about a civil fine. We're talking about moving and removing property when it creates an unsafe situation in a public space. What the due process consideration is that to the extent possible, you provide a notice to the individual that owns a property before you move or remove their property, that the city is responsible to maintain that property and give the individual a right to redeem that property or get that property back if they can do so in a reasonable amount of time, and that when it is actually moved or removed, there's a post-removal notice that is required as well. So this is holding our staff accountable to those due process considerations that are required by the Constitution. And it aligns and strengthens current efforts to manage property and safety in public places. There is a desire not to have this be carried out by the police department, but rather on the front end by workers that would ordinarily work in those spaces. And what I can tell you from speaking to our operational staff, in large part, individuals comply when they know that their property is causing a safety concern. So 9 times out of 10, or some would say 95 or more % of the time, if an individual is told that their property is blocking a roadway, preventing access to other individuals, their property is moved voluntarily and consensually. The disorderly conduct situation is honestly more challenging. What we know is we cannot ban certain messages. There's free speech constitutional considerations that are taken into consideration in this proposed change. You will notice that the language of this ordinance change being suggested is content neutral. At the end of 2022, there was some suggestion that an aggressive panhandling statute be considered. It's fairly common knowledge in the legal profession, especially in municipal affairs, that that sort of ban would be a ban on a message of speech, and that would be a violation potentially of First Amendment constitutional free speech. So we did not include any sort of ban on panhandling in the language that's been suggested. What we did hear the Public Safety Committee being concerned of were individuals being approached multiple times without their consent and feeling unsafe when those sorts of conduct experiences happened in public spaces. So what we tried to do is better define loitering, because in our previous code, the term loitering was in our code, but it was not defined. So we attempted to look at other cities and look at other state laws to determine what has been deemed a legally valid term defining loitering, and we included that. And we tried to address the concern from the Public Safety Committee about this repeated conduct and unconsensual contact in public spaces, and provide an additional regulation on an accosting type of behavior. The definition that we came up with for accosting is repeated, non-consensual conduct directed to another person in such a manner as would cause a reasonable person to feel harassed or intimidated, or that a commission of a criminal act was about to occur. There has been some discussion about the term reasonable person, and I would tell you that term in the practice of law is about as common as any other term. And that's a question that is generally left up to a jury. If a person is charged with a crime, the jury decides whether or not a reasonable person would feel harassed, intimidated, or that another criminal act was about to occur. We tried to narrow the focus on where that conduct would be regulated, and we focused on the captive audience standard and looked at places like ATM transactions, utilization of public transportation, people that are using public transportation because they have no other way to get to and from work or to and from school. They are essentially a captive audience and have a higher expectation around their security and safety. So this, as I mentioned before, was a challenging task from the law department, but I feel because our city attorney has supported and predicted that this topic would continue to be relevant in our community, we were well prepared to take on the challenge. And I feel like we have focused on, to the extent possible, a balanced approach between safe access and safe public spaces for everyone, and the requirement of this government to make sure that individuals' constitutional rights are recognized and upheld to the full extent of the law. I will tell you just in closing, there are a couple of cities across this country that are being sued by individuals with disabilities that can't access public spaces because of property not being maintained in public spaces. There are other lawsuits on both sides of this. So there is no way that our department, unfortunately, can absolve the city of all legal risks associated with action or inaction around this topic. But we present, in support of the city staff, the ordinances for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Strom. Let me start and see if my colleagues have any questions or need clarification. Commissioners, any questions for either our Deputy City Manager or our Deputy City Attorney? I'll start Commissioner Perdue, and then Commissioner Moody, and then Commissioner Robbins.
So, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. There you go.
Yep.
Thank you for that detailed overview. We talked about this, I think, at our last meeting. So part of our conversation, I just want to call out some things that I took note of in our conversation last time for the benefit of everyone here. So we talked about, I think I asked a question around loitering, and given the definition means someone lingering or hanging around a public area without any apparent purpose of her being there, how do we know if someone doesn't have a purpose? Who defines this? We want people to, quote unquote, loiter in some of our spaces in our parks, right? To kind of sit around and hang out with no apparent purpose. And I remember, or I have noted that the conversation saying that by law, someone can loiter in public spaces with the exception of private premises, within doorways, and if they're being requested to leave. I also have noted kind of that connection with loitering with the disruptive behavior really being the differentiating factor. Am I recalling that correctly from our conversation last time? Okay. So I wanted to share that with the public because that word and definition also brought up a lot of questions for me, and hearing you color that a little bit more was helpful. We also talked about, actually, I think that was the main thing that I wanted to point out on that, from that conversation. We also had a conversation of what is a cost versus harass versus assault. So that was helpful to hear the breakdown. You know, I appreciate you kind of taking us through conversations from last year up until now and some of the considerations of our legal department. I do want to say that what I've heard our conversations in our public safety committee around this table earlier this year, and I think from what I kind of one-on-one conversations with my colleagues is that as we've thought about what is on the table, that the only lens was not a legal lens. And I think that's your charge as being part of our legal department. But from our conversations, I think that kind of one-on-one and as individuals and as policymakers and decision makers, we also talked about the moral and ethical implications. We talked about the approach. So saying all that to say that even if something was legal, but it was extremely punitive, would not necessarily be something that I think I've heard this body be interested in. So I appreciate kind of the legal lens that you helped us understand what's possible, what's not possible, and want to reiterate for the audience that in our conversations around this table, in committee and one-on-one, I don't think it's a what's legal, what's not, but it's what's legal, what feels right, what feels moral and ethical are what we're also parts of that conversation. We're not at a final decision. This is obviously a really important part of us coming to a decision. We were briefed on the proposal. We had initial conversations and questions here publicly. We're hearing from you all today. And eventually, we don't have a date set. This will come before us for kind of as is or with some changes based on what we hear today and the conversations we're having. But I just wanted to provide that additional context for this group as we head into the hearing. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank Mrs. Behrens for this report and also Phil for the report he just gave. One of the things that I am concerned about is the fact that I sit on the Public Safety Committee, and the Public Safety Committee was very concerned about not looking at how we criminalize homeless people. And I think that the policies that we put in place are those same policies that allow us not to do that. We have been very supportive of working with the homeless community, the homeless population, in terms of making sure that they have the needs that they are in need of, and also working with the business people downtown and residents. I am concerned that people will not understand that this policy that is going to be put in place is for the benefit of the city of Grand Rapids and for the entire community. This policy that was just read to us is exactly what our city needs. We're not criminalizing anybody at all. We're trying to make the city better for everybody.
All right, so I think the clarifying question there is that this is citywide, not just a certain district. And then I'll see if anyone has any specific questions for our deputy city manager or where'd Phil go? Or Mr. Strom. And then if we don't have any specific questions, I am going to open it up for public comment so that we can hear from the individuals who joined us today. I'll go Commissioner Robbins, Commissioner Isasi, and then back here to Commissioner Knight. So, boomerang.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the city staff, too. I know, as has been mentioned, it's a dynamic and evolving part of the law. And so I think it's an admirable thing for our city to have the courage to be able to step into this and try and navigate what's best for our city. I did have one question. I know a lot of the precedent being set or the cases being decided, it sounds like there's a lot of language around availability of shelter. So I was just wondering if you might be able to expound on the definition of availability of shelter space and like how that could affect certain behaviors or certain things that we might enact.
That is a great question. And for communities that are taking a more punitive or criminal approach in their ordinances, one necessary factor that the city needs to consider before enforcing those criminal provisions is the availability of shelter bed space. So there are individuals that choose to live out in public spaces, and there are individuals that are living out in public spaces because of circumstances, and that people that are looking to be housed or looking for housing solutions, if there are no available housing solutions, the federal courts have said you cannot criminally penalize them. In our instance, we've taken a less punitive approach, in my opinion, in terms of our remedy available for the property situations. We're not arresting people. We're not charging people with crimes. What we're doing is moving or removing their property and giving them an opportunity to redeem that. So in our situation at this point, with the ordinance changes suggested, that availability of shelter bed space is something, as a city, we always need to be aware of and be cognizant of. But without the criminal penalties, those rules of law established in the non-binding cases of Grants Pass and Boise are a little bit less applicable to our ordinance because we don't have that criminal piece.
Thank you. Commissioner Sassi?
I was just going to add that the property that would be impounded under the proposed changes does allow for an individual to retain personal property that would fit in roughly a 32-gallon cart. So bedding, those kinds of things would be able to be retained.
Thank you. Commissioner Sassi and then Commissioner Knight.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Strom and Ms. Behrens, for the presentation. I think laying out this sort of process that we've been on, what is our responsibility as a city to Commissioner Perdue's point, what are, there's the legal implications, the community implications, all these pieces. And this has been a very difficult conversation. There's no doubt by the number of people that are in the room this evening or this afternoon. And so, one of the things that I really appreciate, Mr. Strom, is being very clear about what we are trying to achieve, because some individuals may not have seen some of that process from the public safety committee meeting and some of those discussions. And so my question was really a little bit more tactical on when I think about possessions, I think about property, we all have different sort of feelings or affinity to different property that we might have, but there's also certain things that individuals might have that could be life-saving, medication, things that are very important to that, and also things like documents or things that they need in terms of their identification or their information that helps them to navigate the multitude of systems that I know where it is in my home, but maybe if somebody is experiencing homelessness or is choosing to live in that environment, in an environment outside, which I think we have had that conversation, many of us have discussed it as well. And so you talked about that due process piece as it related to the property. Have we thought, kind of, like, again, we're going to this step, and that it doesn't go right to the disposition. But how do we manage some of those pieces in that disposition process, or in that workflow, if you will, around how do we prevent things like a medication, a piece of medical equipment, certain documents? That's probably been, I've received a number of comments, but that has been probably one of the more tactical questions that has been asked of me since we set this date for this public hearing. Thanks.
Yes, so we have a cross-departmental team of folks that we have started getting together that will help us with defining some more specific SOPs in that regard. But right now, we do seek to get to compliance with an individual. So our protocol that we've developed, particularly focused in the downtown area, is the HOT team, who has some well-established relationship with folks who frequent that area and have a lot of property. Describe, here's kind of the footprint of your property that you need to try to maintain to. If you can't, here are facilities where you can store your property and be able to access access in and out, and provide that sort of education and assistance in sort of separating property in that way. We also are aware of those kinds of critical pieces of property sometimes being mixed in to property that we may end up impounding under this ordinance. So to the extent it is not taken out of the materials by the individual who owns those things as a result of notice that we give them, then we are developing those SOPs to how can we reasonably try to identify that. It will not be perfect. I will have to say that. It will not be perfect depending on the state of the property that we're impounding, but we will do our best. And then, as you say, even if we have not separated those things, we do store for 30 days under the ordinance with notice to post it in the area where we impounded for somebody to come back and retrieve their goods. And again, to the extent it's somebody that we already know that we have outreach teams working with the individual whose goods we may have impounded, they are also there to support that individual getting their property back. So again, I'm sure it won't be perfect, but we are trying to be sensitive to that issue.
Just to follow up, that I think at least one or two people have asked me about like a claims process, thinking about, for example, individuals who might be transported in an ambulance to one of our hospital systems, stories of individuals losing any different kind of medical device or things like that. There is a claim, and then they're, at least I could speak to like Corewell Health, that there is a claims process to follow up on that. So that was one of the specific questions. I'll just leave that for the secondary follow-up. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, one final question before I open up the public hearings. Commissioner Knight?
Actually, Commissioner Perdue and Commissioner Sassy kind of touched on both of the questions that I was really concerned about. The other piece, I think that's just still swirling through my head, was the $500,000 that we put together with community rebuilders to help rehouse, right, about 20 people, I think you said?
Yeah, 15 to 20. It's a little bit
15 to
hard
20.
because it depends on how much.
And I know
all of that, but yeah.
you made a statement about other community partners that hopefully would come alongside and add to that. And I think that's something that I continually say is, where are they, right? Because 20 people, when you look at the number of people that we have to address and work with, it's some, but it's not a lot. And how do we bring these people to the table quicker? Because they're all a part of it. Like, there's not one entity in this community that can deal with this situation. It's going to take all of us to be a part of it, and to understand that partnership has to come forward. So where are we in that conversation?
Specifically with respect to this contract, I believe the mayor reported out at the last meeting. I want to defer to you on
Yeah,
that.
so we did receive additional funding from the DDA. They contributed, and then there are some private foundations that are currently considering, and then the county as well. I don't have a number off the top of my head where we are today, but we can get that and get back to you. Not that I'm aware of. So we'll follow up and get you that update. Yeah, we're working on it, but we feel confident that we'll be able to get to a larger number that will be able to enable community rebuilders to assist more people. Yeah.
Mayor, I have one question.
Yeah.
Final question.
Yeah. Final question, and then I really want to get to the public that's here to speak.
Because I was looking at my notes from last time, we talked about, kind of related on Commissioner Yassasi's point about kind of medical devices. We talked about sometimes people might be in the hospital, they might be in jail, they might be in a treatment facility, and so we asked about what then if we have their property, if we're storing their property. And I think that we heard back that we are looking for staff to use discretion in those circumstances. And I'm wondering if more thought has been put into that, more specific parameters, more specific SOPs, standard operating procedures being thought about related to in the instance where someone leaves their property, we store it for them, and they're in jail, they're in the hospital, they're in a treatment facility. What then to make sure that we don't discard of their things when they're in those circumstances?
Yeah. So what I did mention last time was the ordinance currently requires it's a May standard. We may dispose of it after that time period has run. We're working together operationally with the staff to determine kind of an exception to that, if there are exceptional circumstances, how to document that and how to extend that. I would say that, one of the benefit of that learned experience with the International Municipal Law Group is we know there are communities out there that are doing this right and doing it with equity embedded. So for example, redemption of property, at first, a lot of communities were requiring a picture ID. Well, we know that that's one particular thing that is not a reasonable expectation for someone that is unhoused, perhaps, and is seeking to redeem their property. So there's been more equitable solutions to allowing someone to redeem their property without having a state-issued driver's license, which was kind of the default natural position when cities were first rolling out the operation of certain things similar to this. So I'm encouraging and I'm confident that our city staff will look at the best practices and learn from those cities that have that life experience to try to build in some of those exceptions. We've been, from a law department's perspective, talking to our staff about the acceptability of that and the encouragement of that already.
All right, thank you. Thank you both. And then I trust both of you will also be taking notes just along with us. And if there are additional questions that you need to follow up on, we'll expect you to do that. So, all right, with that, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. This is a public hearing on the amendment to Section 9.108, adding Section 9.108A under Chapter 151 under the nuisance code of the City of Grand Rapids. So again, we ask that you come to the podium, share your name, the city that you live in. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to speak. Again, I'll remind you this is an official city business meeting, so disrupting the meeting is, I'll ask you to leave if you're disruptive. We also ask that you follow some of our meeting expectations when giving comment. And so again, we want to make sure that the individuals speaking are able to speak without being interrupted. So we ask you to refrain from booing or cheering or clapping or screaming. Also, when you're speaking, we ask you to refrain from using vulgar language or threats or name calling or derogatory comments. Again, we ask you to speak to us, the elected body, not to anyone in the audience. And then also, we also want to let you know that this is a public hearing, so we're here to hear your thoughts. So we won't answer questions that you have. We won't debate with you while you're up at the podium. So with that, we'll welcome Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, again. Good to see you. I noticed the Chief of Police is here also with us. I'd like to thank him for being here. I'd like to speak in regards to your proposed ordinances. Today, I think most of the people standing behind me are speaking against these proposed ordinances. A lot of us, I think, have seen pictures of some cities out on the west side of the country about what happens when issues with the unhoused are not addressed as they should be. And I know none of us wants to see our city become that, but I do think that this is the completely wrong direction to go in. I think that I'm in complete agreement with the ACLU. I'm not a lawyer by any means, but I am about to finish my political science degree and I like to follow the law. And I think that rather than spending potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in the future, possibly millions, in a lawsuit against the city, it would be much better for us to invest in rapid rehousing of our community. I'm 25 years old. I'm turning 26 this year. And as I look around, I only see the problem of homelessness in the city increasing over time. I was in, I'm forgetting the name of it, but the street where the Grand Rapids Police Department is a couple of months ago. I was just walking by. And I don't know how many people I saw sleeping on the sides of the streets. And the residents, the visitors of the city walking by like it's a normal thing, like it's something to be expected of. And I don't agree with that at all. I was watching the video from a couple of weeks ago when you all had a session and you were talking to your deputies, asking some questions. I think you all had some great questions there, but I think that you're not going as deep as you should with some of these ordinances. There was an example that was given of what if somebody's in a parking structure and they're not parked there. Do they have a legit reason to be there? I don't think that any one of us here could ask another person to leave a public space. That's the whole point of a public space. As has already been mentioned, there are laws around harassing, around whatever the case may be for somebody who is doing such things. Loitering in a public space, I don't even know what that means. $500,000 for community rebuilders to help 15, 20 people. I don't think I'm not sure if anybody knows how many people are unhoused in our cities, in our inner core. But $500,000 in a budget of I don't know how many millions, it's not nearly enough. I know that at the county, we're currently doing our strategic planning, and one of our biggest concerns is coming up with a solution, a plan for the unhoused in our community, in our county. I would definitely welcome you all to speak with us as much as you can so that we can work together and address this. I know that it's not any one of your individual faults. It's not my fault as a county commissioner. But I think that rather than repeating some of the same mistakes of the past, of the last couple of decades, the last 100 years, some of these systems that are held together by Band-Aids, instead of following that, we need to do a lot better. I know we can, and I'm challenging you all to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for, paying attention to me. Really appreciate it. So I just want to ask, how do the conditions of homelessness get created? What are the reasons for people getting homeless? And, obviously we could go through a whole cavalcade of ideas, but at the bottom line, housing is a commodified resource that is basically controlled by a private interest who is able to set the prices how they want within a reasonable amount of the market, whatnot, obviously. And so those are the base conditions, and it's up to the commission to be able to act as a buffer between the business interests and the people's interests as to how things operate in those relationships. And from what it seems like, it really seems that the interests that are being upheld by the commissioners are the interests of the business class within Grand Rapids. And while, that isn't anything necessarily different than any other city in the U.S., we have the ability to kind of see that and change things from there. We're not, as we're kind of showing right here, we have the ability to change the law to kind of fit however we want. We don't really need to change the law to further tell people that they need to get out of our city and all that stuff, especially under the guise of cleaning up the city. I know that I go down Stocking Avenue Bridge, the underpass, all the time. There aren't any unhoused people there, but it's the dirtiest, covered in pigeon crap underpass that I've ever seen. I would like to see, at the very least, if we're going to say, hey, we need to clean up the city, for things to be cleaned up without any, I guess to be cleaned up in a way that isn't, the homeless aren't causing that to happen, the dirtiness to happen. It's regular, animals and stuff. We should get to a good level of cleanliness from that for those things, and before we try and tell people hey, you're making this dirty, even when there's no possible way that they're making it dirty because they're not there. I go under that overpass every day. There's just people aren't there. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is David Anderson. I'm a lifelong resident of Grand Rapids. I live downtown with my wife. My wife works at one of the big hotels downtown, and every morning at about 7 a.m. she walks from our apartment to her work, and she frequently encounters people that are basically just hanging out or sleeping in the skywalk when it's cold or rainy, and she's frightened by it. Now, I'll elaborate a little bit, but first I want to thank the Grand Rapids Police Department, the chief, and the fire department, and the EMS services, because as a citizen of Grand Rapids, I really appreciate my ability to dial 911 and have fire and police and ambulance on scene within minutes, that's great. So fund the police. And I think also what you're doing with the homeless situation, things are hopefully getting better. I personally donate every month to Mel Trotter and Dégagé, and I think the city should continue to support that. Homelessness is something that you have to deal with. I have to deal with it. Every time I walk the streets of Grand Rapids, downtown especially, there's very few times that I'm not accosted by someone asking for money. Now, I say accosted. That doesn't mean I'm afraid necessarily, but there's the potential there. And I think that this proposed ordinance, in my mind, doesn't go far enough because I supported the last one that the hotel management proposed. And of course, the hotel people, they're interested in attracting tourists from out of town, and the presentation of our streets could be much better. So anything you can do to improve what's going on with the people that don't have the money to stay in one, or they don't have the mentality, or they have mental illness or something, they can't manage their affairs, anything you can do to improve that, expand safe places. Maybe there should be a tent city somewhere, or places where people can park their stuff and lock it up and come back. Look into that, do what's legal, and patrol it, and have bathrooms. There really should be more bathrooms downtown, because on many of my walks along the river, I smell urine and other things of human waste and dog waste. Give us some help. And thank you. I think you're going to weigh this carefully and try to make the best decision.
All right, thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
My name is Matt. I live in the 3rd Ward. Rosalind, every time I think you or this administration can be more blatant in your disdain for the marginalized communities of Grand Rapids, you surprise me and sink even lower. Now, we just heard a very nice presentation, and the people who gave it answered questions very well. You know, they kept saying things like, oh, we're not going to arrest people, blah, blah, blah. But we all know that's a blatant lie. The truth is, these ordinances are a breath away from just saying the quiet part out loud and telling GRPD to round up all of the unhoused community just because. Although, you know, if I were a betting man, I'd wager that at least a couple of you are having that conversation with Windstrom behind closed doors. Look, if you don't want homeless on the streets, give them more housing, provide more resources, more than just the measly $500,000 that this plan came from. You cannot tell me you can't find the money when you give GRPD more money every year that they use to oppress those marginalized communities. These ordinances do not have a shred of moral or ethical standing. And as much as you might pretend otherwise, you knew that. You know that. Because why else would you take the cowardly route and have this hearing in the middle of the day when you knew that most of the voices of the community that would be dissenting would not be able to make it? It is high time you live up to the oaths you all took to serve every member of this community, not just the ones who can make very generous campaign donations. Oh, and lest we forget, justice for all lives stolen by GRPD's violence and the lives lost due to your negligence.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Christian. Live in the 1st Ward, Creston neighborhood. I come before you disappointed, frustrated, not surprised again, at the negligence and the ignorance of this entire commission to continuously ignore the pleas from not only residents, or not even activists, but residents in this city. I've been a resident in this city all my life. I've never once felt threatened by a houseless person, never once felt scared by a houseless person. I've never been asked for money and felt my fear for my life, because these are people who are humans. And instead of criminalizing them, we should be helping them. And I'm disappointed in many of the new additions, not in Drew Robbins specifically, because he took a lot of DeVos money during his campaign, but mostly the other additions. I haven't talked to Lisa Knight much, but the other additions here who have continuously just allowed the city commission, who has for years ignored the pleas from his residents, to help the marginalized communities. If you honestly think that GRPD doesn't already harass the houseless community and these ordinances are going to make anything better, you are living in your little bubble and you're very privileged. I'm sorry. Last night, I drove home and I had to stop because I saw 3 officers surrounding 2 black men sitting at Veterans Corner, asking for their IDs for what? Because they were sitting there? Do you honestly think that making these ordinances and putting them in place are going to make this city better? Yeah, it's going to make the city better because you're whitewashing and colonizing it. That's all you're doing. If the original peoples of this land who were here, they would look at all you and spit on you, because that's not what they would have done. That's not what we've done. They lived off the land and they lived here freely, and that's exactly how every human should live. But instead, we're trying to criminalize someone who is at their lowest point in their life. A houseless person, somebody who barely has enough money for food, doesn't have anywhere to live, can probably not afford any clothes, maybe has no shoes, probably wearing the same clothes they wore last week. Do you honestly think that having GRPD walk up to them and take their possessions from them is really going to do anything to help your cause, help you become better martyrs in this city, help you become city leaders? Because that's not what's going to happen. I don't consider any of you city leaders. None of you showed me that. You go out to your fundraisers and your campaign things and your community events and you act like you're all high and mighty, but really you go up to your, $400,000 or $500,000 house, your condo way up in the sky, and you watch these houseless people suffer. And instead of putting more money, you think $500,000 and 15 to 20 people is really going to solve this crisis? You really think putting these ordinances in place to make them nuisances? Because that's what you're doing. You're making them nuisances. You're making human beings nuisances in the city. You already sit there and employ GRPD to sit there and brutalize all these communities all over the time. You think it's going to make it any better when you criminalize them and brutalize them even more?
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello. Hi. Thank you. My name is Nicholas. I am a young father of a little boy and an even littler girl in the 2nd Ward. I've seen these arguments played out in the past. I grew up in Grand Rapids up until through high school, and then I moved out to the San Francisco Bay Area to study and to work for about 8 years. I saw a pretty rapid decline in there while I was there. I really don't know what the reason was one way or the other, but it was frustrating to see that, and for a variety of reasons I came home. To be honest, my original reason for attending this meeting was that I was frustrated by what I perceived to be the changes to the disorderly conduct city code. I was listening to and reading the online hubbub, and I thought, like, surely this is a violation of speech and assembly. And it sounded like a tacit endorsement for so-called like sensitive spaces as far as ATMs and eating outside dining areas go. But then I took a couple minutes, I read the amendment, and my mind was actually changed right before I left and came here, so I had to rewrite this real quick. I just want to say that the language is mostly fine as is, as I found it for the disorderly conduct code. Yeah, I have a lot of like fluff in this, so I'm just going to ignore that. But what I will say is that after listening to the presentations and to some of the comments, I was most impressed with Commissioner Perdue's question about loitering. I actually do think that does need to be looked at a little bit more, because I don't want this to usher in a new era of broken window style policing by giving just false reasons or bad reasons to I suppose, criminalize people. I think that seems to be the most blatant source for that. And then part two was just a minor suggestion. If we're worried about, as I believe it was Commissioner Isasi brought up, about essentials, that if we don't want essentials to be impounded or taken away, we want to make sure that they are kept on people's person. Maybe the city can work with local shelters or whatever other resources to make a clearly marked tote of some sort where those things are can be easily placed, and then GRPD or other first responders can be directed to never impound those things and to make sure that those bags or those totes are always kept on those people's person while they're being transported for medical reasons or otherwise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Before you start that clock, point of order, Madam Mayor. You've been pretty murky about how you want these comments to proceed. You indicated you were accepting multiple hearings, so I need to know if you want me to advise you when to reset the clock for the second hearing topic in my remarks.
No, they're two separate public hearings.
So we are invited back to the line for a second hearing before the final public comment.
Yeah, that's
Just
what
clarifying. I just didn't want to waste your time on the wrong version of the words. Thank you, ma'am.
Your start is time.
Lucas, again, your favorite political nuisance. There is an alternate universe where the topic of the unhoused is being handled in GR with true balance and compassion, with leaders who have the guts to point the finger at those creating the problem and take action to curtail them. Where those leaders would accompany the citizens to appeal to other county bodies and state bodies who are doing nothing remarkable to help, and where they are, it's way too little, too slow, too late. And then there's the timeline we all live in. I agree that you're trying to thread a difficult needle. On one hand, you have the rich and powerful in this town wearing their callousness and greed on their sleeves as they pen letters, demanding that you let them write laws for you, removing public amenities we all enjoy just so they can feel more comfortable, or is it dominant? And of course, waving the now very clear threat of the deployment of a dark money smear campaign. On the other hand, you have all of us pulling at your own sleeves, begging you to stop short of a total sellout to the very people who've essentially created the housing crisis with their endless pursuit of sick and twisted American versions of capitalism. And I understand that your job is not easy. Nobody is ever totally happy. And I do believe that you started out trying to navigate this fairly. And I appreciate the large amount of work Ms. Behrens and other staff have put in on the issue. But you're missing the mark. Is it reasonable to legally demand passable walkways and usable public seating? Sure. But the letter you received from the ACLU outlines all the ways these measures you're considering are not only cruel, but vague and likely to plunge you into legal chaos for years to come. And for what? To appease those who refuse to see a human being when they see the less fortunate? That's a rotten affair to get caught up in. And I think you could do better. Do you plan to apply all the scrutiny you're proposing concerning passable sidewalks to the endless supply of city contractors who block sidewalks and leave behind barricades after bike races in every crosswalk on the west side? It's that stuff that highlights the selective concern that you're showing us in topics like this. You don't need the extensive, complicated puppetry being demonstrated by this nuisance amendment. Enforce the laws you have, and instead put your time, energy, and resources into real solutions to the crisis. Thank you.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, how you doing? Good. Sam Cummings. I am a property owner, business owner, and resident of the Second Ward, and up until recently, I was referred to as one of this city's greatest champions. Now I'm greedy, cruel, mean-spirited, I'm a looter, among other things. So I just want to express to you my gratitude for what you do. I know how difficult it is. You have to make tough decisions in the face of withering criticism, no matter what you do. So I appreciate your good faith and your efforts on all this. I want to also express special gratitude to the Public Safety Committee for their thoughtful consideration and the recommendation of these ordinance enhancements to the Committee of the Whole. These ordinance enhancements have nothing to do with residential status, and they have everything to do with respectful behaviors and I can't even, sorry, it sucks to get old. And allowing all people the same access to public infrastructure, an essential element in a successful socioeconomically diverse city. As we look around the country and see examples and frankly the urban wreckage that was once cities that we tried to emulate for 20 to 30 years, we tried to emulate these places for talent, retention, and attraction. It's a reminder that this is our time to differentiate. And these ordinance enhancements are a first step toward that differentiation and our relentless pursuit of being the best mid-sized city for everyone in the United States. Once again, I want to thank you for your work on this and your service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Ooh, that's high. All right. Deja Tillman, I believe Ward 3. Good afternoon, Mayor Bliss, City Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I'm here today again as a representative of the ACLU of Michigan to express our deep concerns about the proposed amendments, which, in our view, unfairly target behaviors associated with our unhoused neighbors. These amendments, while framed as necessary for public safety, would likely disproportionately affect our unhoused residents. They limit the spaces in which the unhoused can exist and impose regulations on their rights to their own property. One really concerning aspect of the amendments is the proposed limitation on personal possessions to 32 gallons. Possessions that don't fit in the allotted 32 gallons would be subject to seizure by the city. Imagine trying to fit your entire life, your clothes, your bag, your papers, your food, your memories, your odds and ends, your home, into a container that's the size of a trash can. And when you can't, it's simply taken away from you. It's not feasible, and it's not fair to ask people who have already lost so much to try. We understand and appreciate the need to maintain order and safety in the city. However, existing laws already address much of the conduct that is being targeted by these amendments, such as trespassing, such as removing abandoned property. We fear that these new measures, with their vague and overbroad definitions, could lead to discriminatory enforcement and further marginalize our most vulnerable community members. We have to remember that homelessness is not a crime. It is a complex societal issue that demands our empathy, our understanding, and systemic action as a community. Criminalizing or penalizing behaviors fundamental to the experience of being unhoused only pushes our neighbors further into the margins of society, exacerbating their struggles and extending the time that they will remain unhoused. Instead of passing laws that could result in continued and additional hardship for our unhoused neighbors, we as a city should shift our focus to practical solutions that recognize their inherent dignity as human beings and respects their rights as citizens of Grand Rapids. This means focusing our resources, our capacity, and our time on addressing the root causes of homelessness. That's lack of affordable and supportive housing, insufficient mental health services, unemployment, substance abuse, and a lack of social support systems. The moral fiber of a society is measured by how it treats its most vulnerable members. That includes us. Let's build bridges, not barriers, and guide our actions with compassion, understanding, and assistance. We urge you not to adopt these proposed amendments. Instead, let's work together. Let's find compassionate, effective solutions that uphold the rights and dignity of all Grand Rapids residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Buju, Gitagan Gunskwe Indigenous, Hard City in Dunjiba, Maingindodam. Hello, my name is Jade. I'm 16. I volunteer for different mutual aid groups as well as my org Bamose O'Day in Grand Rapids, collecting donations and distributing them. I can tell that none of you know a homeless person personally or have ever worked or volunteered with the unhoused neighbors. Or maybe you have, but are now so insulated by wealth that you have completely lost touch with your humanity. People who experience homelessness are more likely than non-homeless people to have experienced rape, violence, trauma, mental and physical health problems than those who haven't experienced homelessness, including a disproportionate number of veterans. Way to support your fallen heroes. But here you are considering adding to these people's problems, adding to their trauma. It's shameful. It's crazy to me that your brains go straight to criminalization and not to ending homelessness. I want to remind you that shelters are not motivated to end homelessness, but rather to perpetuate for financial reasons, including Mel Trotter and Degage Ministries, Christian organizations that do not serve all, despite what they say. Remember those COVID funds you gave them? Let's get one thing clear, because this city and these shelters keep saying that this ordinance does not criminalize homelessness. If you can be arrested, charged, jailed, and fined for a behavior or action, that is criminalization. Saying otherwise does just not add up. Stop funding the further traumatization of our unhoused and making efforts to address the underlying issues of poverty and make real strides to end homelessness here in Grand Rapids.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Georgia. I'm 14 and I'm from Howard City. I'm part of an organization, Bamose O'Day, and I do harm reduction work with my family. The American Civil Liberties Union of Michigan sent a letter to the Grand Rapids mayor and city commissioners urging them to reject proposed ordinances targeting panhandlers and other unhoused people because they violate basic constitutional principles. Deja Tillman at the ACLU of Michigan said this about the proposed ordinances. All residents of Grand Rapids have the right to be in public places. That includes people who don't have a home to go to. Instead of passing laws that will result in the city paying more for jail beds, let's invest in real beds. We need to focus on solutions that will address homelessness, not criminalize it. The city's recent proposals exacerbate the challenges facing our unhoused residents by narrowing the already limited spaces in which they can exist and depriving them of their few possessions, rather than genuinely addressing their needs. And while not explicitly stating so, the city again attempts to criminalize the act of panhandling. The danger of such laws is not simply that they may be applied unfairly, but that their very existence can deter constitutionally protected speech and behavior, creating a chilling effect. I would urge the city to place its focus on ending homelessness rather than criminalizing it.
All right, thank you. Others wish to be heard?
Kristen Green, Howard City. Our mutual aid organization is based in Grand Rapids, and we partner with several other organizations in the West Michigan area who work directly with our unhoused neighbors. I personally do harm reduction work with folks using drugs, and I secure tents, tarps, and other supplies for those who live on the streets here in Grand Rapids. Often these personal possession items are stolen and destroyed by your HOT team, while not providing any options for repossession. We'd like those items back. I strongly oppose any further criminalization of the unhoused here in Grand Rapids. This council continues to get it wrong and throws money freely towards police and criminalization efforts while completely failing to address the needs of our poor, disabled, and unhoused. Affordable housing is for the middle class here and does zero to affect the health and well-being of the poor, especially the unhoused. It's disgusting that you would rather spend money to jail folks who are out here trying to survive, but not put a penny towards actually ending homelessness. It's a shame that the Chamber of Commerce and the businesses of Grand Rapids didn't come forth with a letter demanding that a portion of their tax dollars go to ending homelessness, and that instead you all jumped on board with their beautification efforts. If you push the problem off the business fronts, it doesn't exist, right? Did you think to write into policy that a portion of your revenue from this new amphitheater would go to ending homelessness? Did you even think about it? Probably not. Even today, your presenter stated how challenging it was for your legal team to find legal grounds for the selective enforcement of these ordinances, and then described how they sought to find loopholes in constitutional law. Content neutral, but directed at the unhoused. It will not be perfect, another presenter said, and I will add, there will be individuals who will be harmed at the hands of GRPD enforcing these ordinances. This ordinance is unconstitutional, and you should screw your heads on straight and start making decisions based on humanity and in the interest of public health, not the profit margins and feelings of the social elite at the expense of the unhoused. Anything less is just pageantry.
All right, and I'm going to remind everyone to please refrain from clapping. We want to make sure that everyone, regardless of their opinion that they're sharing today, that they feel comfortable sharing that. Hi, welcome.
Hello, hi. My name's Christian. I live in the 2nd Ward. I'm a student at GRCC. First, I want to make 2 points. First, I just want to, I'm not as smart as you guys, but I did a quick Google search before I came here called Cities That Have Solved Homelessness, and I'm pulling this from a homelessness advocacy group, saying that homelessness is a global crisis. A wide range of cities across the world struggle with it, some doing better than others. According to estimates, there are around 150 million homeless worldwide. There are 4 cities that have virtually eliminated homelessness, 2 of them in Europe and 2 of them in the US, not just a European thing. Helsinki is one example. They adopted what's called a housing first model. And what they mean by housing first is not, setting aside a certain amount of money for 20 people in the middle class, making sure they have houses, but unconditional housing regardless of your status, level of income, anything like that. An individual who's suffering from substance abuse, for example, often has to complete an intensive drug rehab program before qualifying for public housing. And under the Housing First principle, that is not the case, because certain people have figured out that when you focus on the root causes of homelessness, we don't have to have these very uncomfortable discussions about, what is a nuisance and how can I wiggle my way around the Constitution to ban homeless people from being in the business areas of the city. And I know that, I'm sure most of you here are good faith, don't want to have to deal with this homelessness crisis, want to see people in housed situations. But I do feel that there is a very large amount of influence in this city that comes from the Chamber of Commerce, that comes from the so-called titans of industry and leaders in our city. And those people are not really interested in solving the housing crisis because it has nothing to do with their lives. They just want to go downtown, eat at restaurants, shop around without getting asked for money or having to confront the reality that there is a very large portion of our city that cannot afford to live here anymore. So yeah, it is a very emotional topic. It's very frustrating, and people have come up here and they've gotten emotional about stuff. But I think that what I would like you to remember as our leaders and our city officials is that part of your job is having to, deal with this emotional crisis that, because this is a real issue that affects a lot of us. And talking about civility politics too much, hitting people over the heads with stuff like that, it'd be one thing if you guys were presenting solutions to homelessness, but we're here because we are trying to make the lives of the homeless more difficult. And I believe that is because a lot of people here, even though they sound like they want to solve the problem, they really just want to get people out of the city. And that's my comment, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Others who wish to be heard?
What up, Commission? My name is Joe. I live in the 2nd Ward. Well, one of my main jobs is fundraising for political candidates. And I just think it's hilarious looking at you all because I know that the only reason that you're sitting in your seats right now is because you did a high-tech form of panhandling to get there. You are not separate from the people you are supposed to serve. Do not criminalize homeless people. Out.
All right, thank you. Others who wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Kay Bianchi. I am a Grand Rapids resident speaking here today to unequivocally reject the anti-homeless ordinances that have been put forth by our City Chamber of Commerce. I've been involved in grassroots organization for the last 10 years, and at every turn, state and municipal governments have used law enforcement and carceral punishment to treat the mounting public health crisis that is homelessness. It is a moral failing of a society that does not care for their most vulnerable population, but instead choose to criminalize them for trying to survive. There is a widespread misconception that poor people are morally deficient, but the same issues that affect poor people also affect rich people. Rich people just have access to resources. They say homeless people have mental health issues. So do rich people. They can just afford the shelter of treatment and psychiatry services, whereas homeless people have to deal with their mental health crisis in a public setting where they are most likely to be met with a police response. They say homeless people have drug addictions. So do rich people. They can just afford to pay to make their psychiatrist their own personal drug dealer. They say homeless people are more violent. Statistics show homeless people are actually more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators. My point is that violent people exist across all social classes. But if we are acknowledging the fact that we are seeing violence becoming an acute social problem of the lower along the economic scale we go, this should point to the real root cause of the problem. The only foundational differences between people in different social classes is money. If we want to solve the problems we see coming from the lower classes of society, the answers won't be in punitive responses that exacerbate. But instead, that answer is in money and resources. We need to make sure that everyone's basic needs are met so small problems don't become big problems that impact the entire community. We live in a system that becomes more inaccessible to the average citizen with each passing year. So instead of penalizing marginalized poor folks, we should be investing into resources that actually address the problem. Expand affordable and public housing. Invest into mental and physical health resources, reinvest in public and higher education systems, and put forth legislation that address our climate emergency. Housing is a human right, and we need to treat our fellow humans with dignity, not jail cells. Thank you.
Thanks. Others wish to be heard?
My name is Jeff Smith. I live in the 2nd Ward. I'm sort of speaking on behalf of the Grand Rapids Area Tenant Union today. I'm a volunteer organizer with that organization that has been around since 2019. And we receive on a daily basis phone calls, email messages, instant messaging from tenants who are under threat of eviction, who are dealing with landlords and property management companies that won't fix or make necessary repairs, who are constantly harassing them. And I just think it's important that while we're talking about the unhoused or the unhoused people in Grand Rapids, particularly folks that are in downtown, that I think we need to expand our notion about the issue of unhoused and think about it as people who are housing insecure. Because there are literally tens of thousands of people in the city who are housing insecure, who are one paycheck away, who are one eviction court hearing away from being kicked out of their home. Now, many of them may end up living with family members, but a lot of them will also end up sleeping in their cars or being on the street somewhere or going to shelters. And so this ordinance is not only is it deeply problematic and cruel, it will not solve a much larger issue, which is housing insecurity in general. So I want to just read a statement that we created. But before that, just to acknowledge that, as the city clerk said earlier, that they have been receiving messages and that it will most likely appear at the next meeting. There's already over 1,000 letters that have been sent electronically that we organized, and the statement I'm reading has been signed by 86 people, many of them who are with grassroots groups like Urban Core Collective, the Red Project, faith-based organizations, and other civic entities. So the statement is, we believe that housing is a human right. We believe people become before profits, before property. We believe there should be not one person unhoused in the city of Grand Rapids right now. And if any of you had spoken up against the profit mongering of landlords and financial institutions, we would not be witnessing the high numbers of people losing their homes and living in the streets, in their cars, or in the temporary housing. We will not stand for your actions to cover your evils by punishing those who are poor, by unleashing the violence of the police on them, by fining and incarcerating them. Our unhoused neighbors deserve respect, support, and most of all, housing. These ordinances must be voted down. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. All right. Others wish to be heard? Do you want to hand that? Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you. Hi, my name is Catherine Pina, and I'm a resident of the 3rd Ward. I wanted to also talk about the housing crisis because I feel that this is the root of what we're talking about. I've lived in Grand Rapids for 12 years, and I experienced the challenge of locating affordable housing for my 3 children and myself last year. And it was yet another window into life on the margins in this city and the difficulties of navigating state and city resources, all while parenting and working full-time. And I have come to the realization that without generational wealth and decades of home equity, it's a few missed house payments and some unexpected medical bills, and it's easy to see how people find themselves unhoused. In addition, as we were talking about the community rebuilders, 15 to 20 people hopefully housed, I would like to remind you that the Grand Rapids Housing Commission is currently serving applicants from December 2019. And that's just one organization, of course. And also, in my own neighborhood, in the Baxter neighborhood, in the 3rd Ward, I've seen 2 of my immediate neighbors evicted and become unhoused just in the last year because of the housing crisis. And I would like to empathize because I understand the difficulty of balancing public safety, but I would like to also urge you to consider the dignity of the unhoused. As someone who has navigated some of these systems, I feel that this city has a way of stripping the dignity of an individual. And I believe that even the word nuisance, when we're talking about the unhoused, is not a dignified word. And I would ask that we pause this resolution while we work on the housing crisis. Affordable housing, more shelters, more work. There are, as Mayor Bliss said, foundations who are perhaps willing to give. I have worked for several foundations myself. I know that that is a desire to contribute to. And I would just ask that we really pause and reconsider with so many people speaking up and saying, this is not dignified. There's not equity for the unhoused. There are so many people in this city who are one paycheck away, some unexpected medical bills away from losing housing, and then not being able to find it because it is so difficult. I can't even tell you how many houses I looked at trying to find something for my kids and I, and we found it out of pure luck because we happened to go and look at a house on the week of Christmas and everybody else was out of town. So I would just ask you to consider. Thank you. Reconsider a pause. Thanks. Thanks for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. John Helmholt, First Ward resident. Just want to first extend my thanks and appreciation to Dr. Washington, your team, your legal team, who've been very thoughtful, thorough, and deliberative in really doing the due diligence, looking at best practices with an equity lens, with particular emphasis, and not criminalizing homelessness, looking at how you can have a comprehensive plan that it was represented in your budget, your investments in the likes of community rebuilders, in other homeless shelter providers, homeless service providers, and so many other groups that are focused on affordable housing that goes beyond just those who are unsheltered, looking at it from how we as a city can take a leadership role. We do things through public-private partnerships. We've gained that state and national attention. I believe this is another core issue that you as elected officials, as city leaders, are really taking a comprehensive approach to be inclusive, to put the funding where it needs to be. As I look through all the different things that you've included in the budget, from the $500,000 with community rebuilders, creation of the Affordable Housing Fund, the Fusion Center, the new Behavioral Health Crisis Center, that's partnership with Kent County, Network 180, the hospital, looking at the daily cleaning, new public bathrooms, private security, homeless outreach team. This is the sign of a comprehensive approach to a very serious, yet of course emotional, controversial issue that I think we're seeing true leadership from this commission, from the mayor, from our city manager. Commend you for taking the bold action to lead on this issue, and ask for your support of these ordinances.
Others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon, everyone. And she's not here, but I just want to welcome Lisa Knight and Commissioner Robbins to this group. I'm Kimmy Spring. I live in the 2nd Ward. I am the community organizer for the Creston Neighborhood Association. I am not speaking on the association or board's behalf because we haven't had a chance to vote internally on this. And I'm also representing the Grand Rapids Climate Coalition because we want housing not only available for all the unhoused, but we want safe, healthy housing that is using renewable energy so that we don't completely trash our planet for our kids and our grandkids. There are various groups you can talk with about alternatives. Some people have mentioned, one person mentioned that there are other cities who have done this successful. I'm pretty sure it's Salt Lake City that they actually found that they were spending less money as a city on things like prison, law enforcement, and hospitalizations. We can do it too. I know we can. I know there's a will from a lot of the people sitting in front of me, and going back to the foreclosure crisis, I was the Kent County foreclosure response coordinator and worked with a whole bunch of stakeholders, about 90 consistent stakeholders throughout Kent County. And we really framed the issue of foreclosure as you have to also look at affordable housing, homelessness, and foreclosure. Because as soon as someone's kicked out of their house, if they can move in with a family member or a friend, fine, but most of the time that's not an option, especially when they have a number of children. So I want you to think about that more broadly and look at ways that we can change some of our zoning so that we can have some smaller homes and have service wraparound locations so that people who do need to regularly deal with, HHS or whomever, or the doctors and the medical profession are able to do that. I think that's really important. I also want to compliment, and he just stepped out, but Chief Windstrom's, it was just mentioned, the homeless outreach team, they're doing a very good job. And they're connecting people to resources, but they're for people. I happen to know the lead police officer, just I've known him for a long time, John Wachowski, but we need more of that. That's a very positive thing. So I hope you consider voting no on these.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, I'm Andra. I'm from Grand Rapids. I'm here today to demand that you reject these ordinances that will further criminalize the unhoused, as if they're not already criminalized and harassed enough. We are demanding that you actually address homelessness by providing housing and resources. It is absolutely disgusting that you are once again putting profit and property over human lives. This is all about appearance. It looks bad for business, so you just want them to go away. It is so apathetic and so callous that it makes me sick to my stomach. You plan to impound their personal belongings when they have no home to store their belongings, and they already own very little, and what they own is needed to survive. So I read your plan to impound anything that doesn't fit into the size of a backpack or one trash bag. So will you charge them like other city impounds? No tents permitted at all unless you're a business owner using it for profit. The loitering and accosting. Can we talk about how unconstitutional it is to discriminate against people for simply taking up space? How do you distinguish who's unhoused and who isn't? Do you know the unhoused personally? Do you not see how discriminatory this is? You are trying to use ambiguous language to prevent panhandling, and you are going to have another lawsuit on your hands just like you did in 2012, when 2 men were repeatedly targeted by GRPD for holding signs and exercising their First Amendment rights. The Constitution and laws are supposed to be equal for everyone, regardless of whether you are rich or poor. It's absurd to me that I'm reading the agenda items on this page. $3 million for sidewalk renewal, and all this money you throw towards things like the $116 million amphitheater, but you have the audacity to throw people in jail for asking for spare change. But it's totally fine for donation drives like the Salvation Army or Mel Trotter to beg for money, just not poor individuals. You keep saying you're working on housing. Where? You have a rainy day fund started, but I've been involved here since 2020 and I haven't seen any progress on housing. None whatsoever. I'm not making threats, but if you think you're going to get away with this, that people will put up with this, you're in for a rude awakening. We demand housing, not jail.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Justin. I'm here in Grand Rapids. I just wanted to say that I don't think that criminalizing panhandling is the answer, nor is panhandling a solution either. And after almost a year of working at Mel Trotter as a security guard, neither is charity. Especially when that charity comes with a chronic shortage of basic sundry items and an infestation of bed bugs and body lice. Oh yeah. You might want to get up out of your seats and go down and see for yourself, because everyone knows about this travesty. And I want to take this moment to speak on the behalf of every guest, as they call it at they call them at Mel Trotter, who has approached me in anger and despair after a long sleepless night of being eaten alive by vermin. Just imagine that. You have nowhere to lay your head for the night, and the only place inside is swarming with blood-sucking insects. Also, another reason charity is not sustainable is that it often has the deleterious effect of making the person in need dependent on the charity offered, no matter how insufficient. It would even be better for them if they had a modicum of autonomy by being allowed public space in the form of a tent city like they had in Hartside Park until the cops bulldozed them out years ago on Christmas, because obviously public policy is being made by the Grinch or Scrooge. No, we all know what the solution is: providing housing for all citizens in need of it, and living wage jobs. Also, maybe throw in other perks too. Hell, while you're at it, adequate mental health facilities and services. But I guess investing public funding and ameliorating the problem is less popular to your wealthy elite patrons as opposed to making them invisible in public. Well, guess what? They're not going anywhere. They won't disappear. And we will damn well make sure you know they exist and are humans with fundamental rights. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Others wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Colin Helak. I am 18 years old. I'm a resident of the First Ward, and I've lived in the city all of my life. I'd like to start this off with a number: 1,044 people. According to the Grand Rapids Area Coalition to End Homelessness, 1,044 people are unhoused in this city. 1,444 people who suffer on the streets, and this commission is considering a proposal that would, in effect, criminalizing existing as an unhoused person in the downtown area and across the city. Simply because a person lives out on the street, forced to panhandle, to sleep on the streets, to be the possible subject of snide remarks and looks from passerbys, does not make them any less human as you, myself, or the business owners who sponsored this ordinance. These people are being treated as nothing more than flies that need to be swatted away. Treating them as such is despicable, and I implore the commission to vote down this ordinance. If this ordinance passes, even worse than treating them as flies, every commission member who has voted yes will have treated them as tools for scoring political points with the city's business class. This is unquestionably despicable. The end this ordinance is attempting to meet is not only cruel and abusive towards our city's unhoused population, it is a lazy attempt, and it disregards the causes of these people's misery, who want nothing more than a warm meal and a soft bed. For all the things that my parents have attempted to instill in me as I've grown up, a notion of not cutting any corners is in the top 5. As my father puts it, quote, no shortcuts, end quote. This ordinance, in every sense of my father's philosophy, is top to bottom, inside and outside, a shortcut. Not only a shortcut, but a cruel, dehumanizing, undignified attempt to take care of a problem that you refuse to address with your backside straight. Turn these people into public contributors, not public consequences of the city's inaction and disregard for their well-being. Nobody asks to be unhoused. No one asks to live on the street. And no one asks to lug all of their belongings in shopping carts around the downtown area. They suffer enough. Please, in the name of humanity, do not enact this ordinance. I leave you all with a quote. Quote, there is nothing new about poverty. What is new, however, is that we have the resources to get rid of it. End quote. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Thank you. All right. Others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name's Martha Cooper. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids, Michigan. I dressed for the occasion tonight. I'm not ashamed, but I wanted to come here and shame you because I think that this is just another go-through of the same type of thing that you all tried to do before, which is criminalizing the homeless. You are using a lot of fast language around here, like we'll have meetings at 2 o'clock so that other people that normally can't attend at 7 will come. That's fast language for we really don't want to hear from this many people about controversial issues. I find it shocking to be sitting here in this city that is becoming a carnival for the rich, and we haven't discussed, and you all have not discovered any way to peel off any money from anywhere to actually rehouse people. I wanted to tell you that I am not satisfied with $500,000 being set aside, as if you can do this awful thing that you want to do and then buy your conscience back with a donation of $500,000 for a whole matter of 15 people. It's like, I want to ask, is this a pilot program? Because the need and the pain out there is so much greater. It doesn't begin to address it. I'm amazed that we've got this affordable housing board. I don't know exactly what Grand Rapids peels off out of their $600 million budget to contribute to that fund. But I am appalled that I've watched and heard from other activists around housing that we've got the city manager on there, we've got a developer that sits on the board, and they go and make committees without a couple of people that are community activists that have been on the board, not being involved in those decisions. And so I'm sorry, but I have no reason to trust any of you. We're making fancy language where you're calling it harassment. And I'm looking and saying, who's harassing who? All right? These people don't have that kind of power. I'm really appalled that I wanted to come up here, Mayor Bliss, and say to you, can you fit your personal belongings into a bag? I mean, to me, that's appalling. They have no place to sleep. And then I hear in the paper what I'm reading is that you're going to push them along, that they can be fined for taking up space too long for no reason. Well, there is a reason. They have nowhere to go. They are living their life on that spot at that time.
Thank you, Martha. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Rachel. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. Grand Rapids is my home away from home. I traveled here from St. Louis to stand at this meeting alongside the many people who oppose the proposed ordinances targeting our unhoused community members. First, I want to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on stolen land. This is not your land. Next, who here on the commission owns more than this much personal property? Like the person who spoke before me, there's a lot of hypocrisy at play, and several speakers have emphasized that. Community members in Grand Rapids have already done a ton of work showing up here to tell the City Commission that they do not want ordinances that criminalize or make life even more difficult for people who may already be struggling. If this meeting wants to even try to be democratic, I think that the city should bring in folks who would be directly impacted by these proposed measures, but most of their voices are not heard today. I viscerally object to folks with homes and excess personal property in those homes to weaponize words like fear, safety, and clean against other people to their detriment. I object to all of these laborious efforts to find and make legal ways to inflict various forms of violence upon others. After all, what is legal is just things that a society formally agrees on. Removing people's property, legal or not, is a form of violence. Banning tents is a form of violence. What if all this energy was channeled in ways that actually help those at the bottom of Grand Rapids' social pyramid? I want to share another thing just from my own personal life. I recently went to the St. Louis Art Museum and saw a special exhibit titled Action and Abstraction Redefined, which featured abstract art by American Indian artists. One piece in particular stuck with me because of a quote by the artist. It was something like this: "Some people say there are no people in this painting, but they haven't tried looking at this picture with their eyes closed." Who do we see when our eyes are closed? And how often are we closing our eyes so we don't see people? When we close our eyes, all the extra is shut out, and suddenly we are all just human people. The purpose of society should be to circle our tents and truly look out for each other and help each other live and thrive.
Thank you, Rachel. Thanks. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Marshall Kilgore. I'm a human rights advocate and proud Third Ward resident. I'd like to express my concern and opposition to the proposed amendments to two city ordinances targeting behaviors that are associated with homelessness in downtown GR. My statement is also in support of the communications from the ACLU written on July 6, 2023. I served as a program manager for the unhoused community with long-term illnesses in the past, and I learned what these bags of what some may perceive as trash hold for individuals. Things like life-saving medications and clothing that helps protect folks from the elements, and family keepsakes like pictures of children or loved ones who have since passed on. The current investment from the city of $500,000 for rapid rehousing would not have covered my total capacity of my caseload as a program manager, which was 30. This current investment would only be able to support 15 to 20 individuals. I'm hopeful and optimistic that partners from local nonprofit organizations will help aid community rebuilders in the city of Grand Rapids in increasing these efforts. Thank you to Commissioner Knight and others for uplifting the true need for increased support for these current measures as soon as possible. Through my experience as a program manager for the unhoused community, it further illuminated the fact that most of us are just one personal disaster from being unhoused. Just one medical emergency could allow many of us to miss a payment for housing and become displaced. We are all vulnerable and deserving of humanity. As a community, I believe we must tap into the empathy and compassion within us and not penalize those who may be carrying the only items that they have. Folks are seeing the bags and items before they see the people. This needs to be reversed. Creating strict codes surrounding these behaviors does not end the challenges. It displaces those affected by them. Our unhoused neighbors will not magically disappear. They will move into jail cells or different communities. To positively contribute to the downtown environment, I believe it would be beneficial to continue to invest in public facilities and services as we previously discussed, including mental health services that would aid in helping folks secure and keep housing. I understand this is a multidimensional and faceted issue, and I'm hoping that we can just pivot our zoning in and our focus right now to the people. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. I'm Janet Zahn of the Grand Rapids Climate Coalition and First Ward resident who walks frequently downtown without being afraid of my fellow citizens. My comments are generally specific to the climate emergency and what the City of Grand Rapids should do to address it. Today, I'm acknowledging the intersectionality of issues that all work together to create a climate of either safety and well-being for all our community members, or one in which portions of those who call Grand Rapids home continue to live in vastly inequitable circumstances. In order to address climate change, we must also address the housing crisis, policing, and economic, health, food, and energy inequities. The city often touts its DEI efforts. I would offer the suggestion that inclusion is an important component of DEI, and to exclude the unhoused from downtown because their presence makes people uncomfortable is not an effective answer to a very real problem. I invite you, us, to sit with that discomfort and use it to propel us to seek solutions that do not trample civil rights or criminalize homelessness. There is no away. Everyone has to be somewhere. We can't just put the people somewhere else. What we need is a solution that respects and values everyone and offers compassionate problem solving to those who are in desperate situations. I appreciate the city stating a commitment to evidence-based housing first approach and would like to see that be expanded so we can be successful in ending homelessness. The City of Grand Rapids policies have long been dominated by the Chamber of Commerce and Titans of downtown. Their vision of safe and welcoming has very real limitations on who gets to be safe and welcomed. I urge the commission to reject this vision and defeat the proposed ordinance. A thriving business district is of value to the city as a whole, but we must find a compassionate way to serve all the residents of Grand Rapids, not just downtown businesses, owners, and tourists. I know this is hard, and I know that we can solve it if we really want to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. First, let me applaud your efforts in taking on this difficult topic. Tim Roz with the right place, sorry. We as the Economic Development Organization are seeing this across the country in cities that we travel to and that frankly we compete with every day for much needed jobs and investment. But coming out of COVID, we are at a unique junction. While other communities around the country continue to struggle in stubbing their economic toes around issues like this, we're poised to take a leadership position like you're doing today. We are currently partnering with the city on several major downtown projects, all of which are looking to secure downtown space and providing hundreds of much-needed jobs for our community. And those companies are currently looking forward to calling Grand Rapids home. Our tourism and conventions are coming back post-COVID, and we're getting regular phone calls from developers around the country that are now taking an interest in Grand Rapids. Those developers are going to be the ones that will ultimately be building the housing that we need that has been mentioned so much today. So again, I want to remind everybody that while other urban centers around the country continue to stub their toe, we have an opportunity to take a unique position and set a standard here that others can follow throughout the country. Let's continue doing what we can to continue outperforming the competition and make Grand Rapids great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen and to address this issue with all of us.
I'm sorry.
I think safety and security is important,
Can you start with your name? Can you share
I'm sorry.
Your name? That's okay.
My name is Kathy.
Thanks, Kathy.
Cunningham. I think safety and security is important, but I am against these ordinances because, as people have said, they're very vague, and there's also a very slippery slope here if we were to pass something like this. I don't think that sometimes our police force has the de-escalating skills in situations with people who are homeless, especially if there are people with mental illness. And my concern is about that this will not get resolved in a peaceful, compassionate way that really helps homeless people who are mental ill. And I don't know how many of you here know what it's like to not be able to drive. So if you're homeless and they take away your goodies from you, that just makes it much more of an obstacle to go back and get your bag and all the things that you have with you. So I don't agree with that. I was once on a bus and I had a guy asked me for my phone number, and I knew he wasn't kind of all there, and I said no, and then I gave him a fake number, and he kept bothering me, and luckily I saw mall security driving by, and I flagged him down and said, hey, this guy's giving me a hard time, he won't leave me alone. So in that situation, it worked out well. It did not get violent. He talked to the guys, and he suggested, "You want to leave?" So that he can't follow you. And I said yes. At any rate, I just wanted to let you know that I, at one point, was almost homeless myself, and I had to try to get Section 8. And the paperwork and trying to get this and the stress of it, and it's just very stressful. And I think we need to really improve our Section 8 and anything we can for people that are homeless or housing insecure. There's just not enough being done. Maybe a commission needs to be started and look at alternatives and how other cities have handled it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, Jacob Dorn, 3rd Ward. I am the housing specialist at Disability Advocates of Kent County, and I'm here just to bring up the topic of people living with all levels of ability who are out on the streets, and because they have nowhere else to go. And people living with disabilities are disproportionately represented in the unhoused community because of a variety of different unseen barriers that we face. The system we have in place right now is simply just not accessible for all people. Whenever we talk about available shelter space, we need to talk about the accessibility of that space as well. How can we expect people experiencing homelessness to find help when we define homelessness by the ability to stay in an inaccessible shelter? Accessibility is not just a question of ramps, elevators, and braille. It's about accommodations. As an example, Disability Advocates has worked with families and individuals who can't stay in shelters simply because they need to take their meds 3 or 4 times a day, and the shelter only dispenses twice a day. So they're not able to stay in a shelter, not able to get the homeless tag to be able to get services through some organizations. So I just wanted to say that this is only one example of the barriers that people with all sorts of ability levels face. Not even to mention people with PTSD, severe anxiety, and any unseen or seen barrier. So if we are to make changes to the system, how about we start with taking steps towards making the system able to accommodate everyone? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Mark Beck. You should hold off on this. I am going to come from a different angle. Homelessness, the homeless people are the most vulnerable, targeted individuals ever. It's not just law enforcement. It's nut job outsiders. They're just as dangerous. You don't want to have a situation like a few years ago down in Miami, where a real estate agent was opening fire on homeless people to clear space to buy up land to develop ritzy dwellings for the international jet set. Fortunately, he got caught and he's in jail. But you have a stupid governor down there in Florida who might pardon him. I wouldn't put it past it. And like I said before, down South Carolina, where you had right-wing nut jobs going into homeless camps, beating up people, molesting children, raping women, killing men, just for sport. You don't want that to happen here. Because I'm telling you, if it happens, that falls on the feet of all y'all. You can fool them. Can't fool me. So you better think about this. We can have the international jet set individuals propping up prime land at the expense of homeless people. As someone once said, rather have too much than not enough. And therein lies the problem. No homes equals homeless. So think about it. People's lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Nancy. I reside in Wyoming, but I work here in Grand Rapids quite a bit. You've already heard all the reasons why it would be great to not criminalize the homeless, and I just want to present some possible solutions. We don't have to invent the wheel here. Like, a lot of this work has been done in other places, like it's been mentioned before, in other cities and other countries. So, like, if we look towards Finland, they have produced enough social housing and support services for homeless people. And the way they did that was through like low interest, like state or federal loans rather than grants, since like, you know, loans you could just like get more of them. And then like also like these places were charging rent to these folks, so they were able to repay that loan that way. So I think that's a possible solution there. They replaced all of their shelters and hostels with permanent housing solutions with support staff included. So I feel like sometimes it's just not just a matter of putting somebody in a home and then not addressing any of the issues that they have that probably put them in a state of homelessness to start with, right? So I think maybe just having a support staff that helps these people have their needs met and basically just wean them into independence is a way that we can probably do that. There are service centers in Finland that provide shelter for people during the transition, because like they're hoping to eradicate homelessness by 2027, and they are really a good part of the way there. In the meantime, they're transitioning into these social housing programs. They have service centers so they don't have tents and they don't have people on the streets, because they're providing somewhere for people to go other than trying to just sweep the problem under the rug. Some of the other things that are going on are in Colorado and Georgia and Oregon are some states here in the United States that are addressing homelessness and actually reducing homelessness also. So some of the ways that they're doing that is by providing transitional housing. So I say that instead of just creating this dependency on these shelters that are, you know, just basically just becoming like black holes for a lot of funding that we have available, maybe we can create some transitional housing that actually helps people like get the help that they need so that they can house themselves. They also have emergency shelters for when there's natural disasters. Whenever we have storms or rain or just like inclement, or, you know, even just like that day that we had the heat wave, it was a relief for me to be able to just go into my house and be comfortable and be sheltered from the elements. So I feel like in the meantime we transition to something that's more permanent, more sustainable. We can think about how we take care of our neighbors during emergencies. Another thing that we can think about is like rapid rehousing. Right now, a lot of housing that does become available on the market gets like snatched up by developers or landlords who just want to add to their portfolio. And how can we prioritize the people who actually need somewhere to stay and not somebody who just wants to fatten up their wallet a little bit more? Some of the things that we can do are also divesting from projects that reduce affordable housing,
Nancy,
such as...
I'm sorry,
Oh,
your
it's on
time's
time,
up.
Sarah.
Yep,
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, appreciate your comments. Thanks. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Kyle, and I'm a resident of the 2nd Ward. I would like to implore you commissioners, as a lifelong resident and strong community advocate, please follow the data and support these measures. Grand Rapids has and should remain a leader in public-private partner investment, and to not acknowledge the need for a safe, clean, and healthy city while expecting the city's continued growth and the ability to provide for our most vulnerable is simply unrealistic and unproductive. To be clear, this is a behavior issue and not a housing status issue, which I think the Commission recognizes. I strongly support Grand Rapids' continued and increased investments in mental health, addiction rehabilitation, intervention, compassionate crisis response, and affordable housing, all of which Grand Rapids is already a leader in. As you are no doubt aware, multifaceted problems require multifaceted solutions. There's been legitimate thought, concern, and due diligence in proposing these measures. Please pass these measures that are reasonable and responsible and supported by the data, industry professionals, your city, and community. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Erica Bolden. I am resident of the 3rd Ward. I just want to quickly remind everybody of what, I forgot your name, but what you stated about everyone has their individual and constitutional rights protected, everyone being people who are unhoused as well. Our constitutional rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. By definition, life is the existence of an individual or a human being. Liberty is the state of being free within a society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. Happiness is feeling or showing pleasure or contentment, having a sense of confidence and satisfaction with an arrangement or a situation. I don't believe that you're meeting those requirements that you've stated that you will, as everyone has rights to our Constitution, even if they are unhoused. I also want to remind you all that $500,000 is going to be roughly $33,000 per person if we're giving it out at $15 per person. And in our state, it costs $35,000 per year to incarcerate somebody. So if we're going to plan on spending dollars like 30,000 plus, we should probably flop those numbers. If we continue to criminalize people, we will continue to pay for them to be criminals in our country. And that does not help anybody with their housing issues. I really do encourage you to step outside of the lives that you live today, outside of your $1,000 phones and your $20,000 to, your $10,000 to $20,000 cars potentially, the homes that you can live in that most people in this room cannot afford. Take a look at Zillow. Take a look at resources that we all have available and consider what it means to be a person in this city, whether or not you have a home, whether or not you have somebody to advocate for you, and consider the fact that this room probably costs a whole lot more than you're willing to give people for services to get housed. Think about the lights, think about the projectors, the computers. This fancy desk here costs more than you're willing to give people.
Great, thanks. Others who wish to be heard?
AJ of Ward 3. We are here making decisions gathered on the land of the Three Fires Confederacy of Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi people. Actually, harmful behavior is already criminalized. Abandoned property can already be removed if it's just lying around, taking up space, making the city unclean. You say that you're proposing this for safety and cleanliness, but there are many other actually effective, actually genuinely interested ways in doing this that you are neglecting. You want to talk about safety? Fix the Grand Rapids Police Department problem of officers continuously murdering Black people. And you know that the enforcement of these policies is not going to be exempt from that issue. You want to talk about cleanliness? There are a million things you could tackle more seriously, right? Pollution, waste, pigeon poop was mentioned, garbage under overpasses, cleanups, so many options that don't involve taking people's possessions. If you do think, though, that people's possessions are the most important issue, if you have to get their items off the street, put them in houses. A drop in the bucket at Mel Trotter for limited storage isn't enough. I know that you expect more for yourself, and you need to be expecting more for them. But are you doing any of these things? Are you going any other route for public safety and cleanliness? No, because at the core, this isn't about those things. This is about your rich patrons being uncomfortable looking at people displaced by greed and maintenance of a system that is not working for most of us, that is not working for anyone but the moderately wealthy and rich. People existing in public space without obvious purpose, even people sleeping in a skywalk when it's cold outside, are not a hazard. They're not scary. People merely asking for money when you're eating or commuting is not a safety hazard. These proposals are a public safety hazard. Like I said, you know the GRPD has problems enforcing policies and responding to calls equitably and with appropriate force. And regarding the comment about medical supplies not being taken, it was acknowledged that it won't be perfect. There is no room to be enforcing these policies in a city with human error and room for human imperfections. Even until you are doing enough for the unhoused, even after and in a perfect city, if there are unhoused people, you have no right to be taking their possessions or stopping them from taking up space. As pretty as you try to make these sound on paper, these policies being enforced will be causing more harm. We know the interests that these proposals seek to protect. We know how important those people may be, but we ask you to listen to the people, serve the people of this city and your unhoused residents, and reject these policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Imelda. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids. Before I speak on what I wrote, I would just like to acknowledge that earlier you had said that most of the time people are compliant when you ask them without these ordinances being in place to move their belongings. So I would just ask that we all consider our dignity, not just as if you're unhoused or housed, just to consider that do we really want to live in a city where we have to be legally told how to treat each other when we can see in front of our eyes that if we ask, it works. I don't see why we're all here taking time out of our jobs, our days, to discuss something that seems pretty straightforward, which is how to treat other people and navigate adulthood. I prepared something to say about Ordinance Amendment Section 9.136 of Chapter 152 of the Disorderly Conduct Title IX. It seems that on a fundamental level, it is wrong to change language in the city code that targets specific groups of people due to other people feeling uncomfortable around those people. If this were aimed towards a race or any other group of people, it would be so transparent. But because people who are housed can ignore these issues, we can pretend like it's not specific to the homeless. I have personally never felt threatened by people who have approached me downtown. I feel upset knowing that I am about to go to a business that is potentially disrupting this person's life further than it already has been in a city that fails to provide adequate responses to this disruption. The issue is not that unhoused people pose a threat. It is that people feel threatened. And that has to do with the city's lack of social integration among the unhoused and housed populations. Changing the city's code as a direct response to business owners' complaints of the issues surrounding homelessness would deepen the segregation that exists downtown. One of the most basic functions of living in a working in a city is navigating interactions with unhoused people. It is not fair to create a space that is only okay for certain classes to be in, especially when you are in a position where you have autonomy over where you go, where you are, and what you have. More police presence would make me feel unsafe. The police in Michigan have repeatedly demonstrated that they do not know how to navigate issues surrounding homelessness, and I would feel less safe knowing that this is the future we are pursuing as a city. Just because a problem is out of your sight does not mean it is out of your hands.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Van Gessel. I'm CEO, founder at Rockford Construction, Rockford Development Group. I was born and raised on the west side and lived in the city, raising our family for over 20 years in the 2nd, 3rd Ward. I now live in Rockford, Michigan. 10 years ago, Rockford moved its headquarters on the west side, bringing 320 employees who live, work, and play in our community. As a construction and development company, Rockford Construction has spent decades working to build a vibrant and inclusive city. From our work on Monroe Center in the mid-90s to the revitalization of 13 vacant buildings in the Arena District, and more recently our West Side projects, we strive to create strong, healthy, and sustainable communities. Over the years, I've learned that you must work closely with residents and neighbors, and the strongest cities are the ones that meet these needs for all. At the same time, my faith dictates that I give back to the community in service of others. The dignity, health, and well-being of the unhoused population has always been a priority for me and commitment of Rockford's. Over the years, Rockford has worked closely with Mel Trotter, Degage, Hartside, God's Kitchen, ICCF, and others to help address the needs of our residents. I want to thank the city for its investment in community rebuilders, the HOT team, and many of the others that I have written down that John Helmholt recognized. The allocating funds for the outreach of the eviction prevention that address, not ignore the needs of the unhoused. Having said all this, our city is at a critical point. As chair of the Municipal Council, which represents 130 businesses downtown, many of these are small businesses, restaurants, retail organizations impacted by this. I'm concerned about our future. Businesses and residents are now considering the value of our city as a proposition for where they locate. This is not a simple problem about the unhoused. Technology, remote work, neighboring small towns that deliver a walkable experience are all creating competition. Our property management team is called upon to provide unreasonable cleanup and security services to our tenants and residents facing challenging situations every day. We all need a city who helps with safety, cleanliness, and crime to create a positive experience for all our businesses, residents, and visitors. The challenges are complex, so the solutions are not simple. Together, we must support a multi-pronged approach that ensures a safe city, offers appropriate services to our unhoused population, and maintains the mutual respect of all that the residents deserve. Great cities understand these complexities and work to solve multiple problems, differentiating themselves and ensuring results. Thank you for your support of this initiative and an approach that maintains safety, compassion, and vibrancy that make Grand Rapids the great city it is. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, I'm Madison. I live in the 3rd Ward. I've been thinking about what I should say to you all right now for weeks, trying to best figure out how to appeal to your better humanities. Do I talk about my friends and their stories of poverty and trauma and addiction and housing insecurity and mental illness and just bad luck? Do I offer a philosophical argument for why passing this would be wrong, or a political one about the role of government? Do I talk about how this makes me feel? What I think about the place that I live doing this to its most neglected and desperate citizens? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what will work on you. I come here in good faith, believing that you are all here to perform your roles in good faith. I believe that you're all doing your best. You're here because you care about something, whatever that is, about people, about this city, about your community, etc. And so am I. So I guess my comment amounts to don't do this, please, please. I think you're all fully formed people with fully formed opinions and ideas about how poverty persists and how people find themselves in situations where they ask others for money in order to continue living. I'm not going to meaningfully affect those sentiments that you hold at this time, so I won't try. I will just repeat as a member of this community that I oppose. Please don't do this. It is wrong. I understand the sentiment of this ordinance. I do. Seeing people in desperation, suffering, chaos is distressing. Being confronted with suffering is distressing. I want to believe that no one here wants people to suffer. No one likes seeing pain. But I guess I'll just leave an open question of who do we take care of first? We get to decide who we take care of first. Who do we prioritize? The person in distress because they're confronted with the suffering of another, or the person who is suffering? Who is your priority? I look forward to finding out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Eureka People, and I am the president of Housing Kent, which is known as a collective impact backbone organization, or we just basically solve complex problems at scale, housing being one of them. On behalf of the organization itself, I just want to say that we do commend the Commission for supporting community rebuilders in that investment, and we hope for furthered investment and partnership in the future to reinstate what we wrote in the short-term proposal. This is just a first step. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with one, and this is just a small incremental change that needs to take place to begin to support our unhoused community. Many of you are aware, as many of the people so eloquently have articulated thus far, that this is a long-term systemic issue, And I share with you the daily passion and the daily tension and sometimes the daily pain of holding the short-term realities at bay with these long-term changes that have to take place. I recognize, especially as a system convener from a business perspective, the desire to want your constituents to come into your business establishments free from distress, to sit down to enjoy a meal, and for you to be able to put food on the table not only of your clients but also of your employees and also of your own families. I recognize the distresses of those who are unhoused and how they just desire a place sometimes just to be left alone, but more importantly to be housed and to be sheltered with dignity and with hope and with class that many of us enjoy on a daily basis. And I also recognize the tensions of the housing community, the service providers who are working tirelessly to make changes and to do the best that they can in leading their organizations. With all that in mind, I just want to close, though, by giving a personal testimony of my own experiences and why I personally cannot support the ordinance that are set forth as they are. And that is because I am an African-American woman who has had discrimination against me in the downtown business district personally. I have been in the finest of hotels. I have stayed in the finest of hotels. I have been accused when I have come in the side entrance of a hotel of not belonging there because of the color of my skin on not one or two, but 3 or more occasions after staying in that establishment for multiple days. My colleague, who also has been a black male, has entered into those finest of hotels and also had that same level of discrimination coming in after dark with his key card in one of those hotels. I have been accused of stealing food out of one of the finest of restaurants in the downtown areas also. And in my last 7 minutes, I just say that for these ordinances to be effective, they have to be implemented with people who have a maturity and can do so without bias, and that does not exist presently in the community.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Myers-Keaton, and while all of you up there know me as the Director of the Coalition to End Homelessness, I'm here today as a community member who resides in the 3rd Ward District. First, I also would like to thank city staff and members of the commission for their thoughtful deliberation and time spent on what is no doubt a difficult matter. While I appreciate the attention to behaviors rather than naming populations in the language, and I applaud the city for their recent and longtime investments in organizations that work directly with the Coalition to End Homelessness, I still have concerns about how proposed policy changes will be addressed, particularly in regards to disorderly conduct and accosting. How will this be decided upon and enforced? The language remains ambiguous and subjective. And I suspect that there are certain individuals who are more likely to be on the enforcement end of these proposed changes. This would include, but is not limited to, persons who already face discrimination, such as Black and brown individuals, persons who are assumed to be unhoused, and members of our LGBTQ+ community. Additionally, will loitering be universally enforced or more likely for certain individuals? An example I present you is I often see individuals, typically young white women, sitting outside the Aveda Institute. I am hard-pressed to believe that if a group of our unhoused neighbors were sitting in that same space at the same time, both groups would be asked to leave. Any policy considerations should examine any potential disparate impacts of the implementation of such policies and if it would be ethical to move forward. So to quote Dr. Ibrahim X. Kendi, Americans have long been trained to see the deficiencies of people rather than policy. Policies are distant. We are particularly poor at seeing the policies lurking behind the struggles of people. In closing, I urge you to consider the potential impacts of these policy changes on our most vulnerable and marginalized populations and hold yourselves accountable to decreasing and eliminating disparate impact. Thank you for your time and support.
Great, thanks. Others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon, Sam, 1st Ward resident. I work here in the downtown area, and I just wanted to stop by and thank all of you for all of your work. I know it's been a lot of work over the last 6 months in the Public Safety Committee, and the variations, we're not in the same place we were in the beginning, and these ordinances, I think, reflect that. And so I just wanted to say thank you for the work. Thank you to the city staff. All of us that are here downtown or live in this city, we've recognized some of the challenges and that are happening, and so I'm hopeful that this is kind of the first step where we can round the corner and we can start to make a difference and really start to continue to enjoy the city that we all love. You all ran because you love the city. You're all sitting up there because you love the city, and so I'm really hopeful that we can start to make a difference and start to turn the corner on this. So I just want to stop by and say thank you for your work and thank you for your service.
Thanks. Thanks, Sam. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hey, afternoon. Chip Hurley. I'm Third Ward resident and work downtown quite a bit. I think the ordinance is a good thing for Grand Rapids. It's a behavioral issue, not a class or particular class of person issue. One of the examples that I don't know if many people know in the audience or you do, but I've had several clients ask to look at space outside of downtown Grand Rapids that are currently located downtown Grand Rapids. And part of that is citing issues where they have staff coming in the mornings early, dealing with people that are in the entrance or are dealing with feces or other issues that the city doesn't have currently the tools to address. And I think that it's important to humanely figure out how to handle the homeless issue. But this is not a homeless issue. It's a behavioral ordinance that gives city the tools to do what they need to do. I'm in commercial real estate. Right now, we have a deficiency of 30,000 plus housing units. We're not going to solve that overnight, and that's not just low income, that's across the whole board. So there are things that we're going to have to deal with anyway, but right now, I think in order to make sure that the downtown area is safe for all citizens, not just the people that work down there, come down for entertainment, but also who are maybe living down there because of a certain situation that they are not in control of. I think this protects everybody, not the opposite. So just wanted to thank you for your efforts, and I think that it's very important to have this in place because of, there are businesses and other people that come to downtown to work, and it's a challenge right now. We have a lot of businesses looking to move elsewhere, so we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Everett. I've been living in Grand Rapids for about 25 years. I come out of a communist country, and I was blessed enough to be adopted in the United States of America. There's still freedom while we can still have it. I'd like to share a quick scriptures as part of my free speech from 2 Chronicles 7:14, which says, "If my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, declares the Lord, and will forgive their sin and heal their land." It is important that we turn to the Lord, not just commissioners, Mayor Bliss, but everybody. I've been listening. This is my very first time here at the City Commission, and as I've lived here for nearly 25 years, I've done a lot of observation of what's going on in our city. And I also have a recorded prayer that I'd like to speak into the microphone, if that's okay with you.
That is okay, but I am curious, related to this ordinance, are you speaking in support of it or opposition, or do you have concerns?
No, just general.
Okay, so our general comment period, this is still a scheduled public hearing for the nuisance ordinance?
It's under 1.5
Okay,
minutes.
I'll allow it, but then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm being overruled. Sorry, I cannot allow it. I'm being overruled, sir. I'm going to shut your microphone off, and I'll have to have you come back up. Sorry. Okay. All right. Sir, I'm going to have you sit down. This is related to the scheduled public hearing for nuisance ordinance. So, Mr. Scott, this is just the scheduled public hearing. This isn't open for you to pray or anything like that. Okay. No, that's okay. You're right. I need to stick to the rules.
Again, Daniel Scott, longtime resident of the city. I've ministered in Hartside neighborhood for almost 43 years, the poorest neighborhood of our city. I have witnessed much nuisance and disorderly conduct, quote unquote, including urination, defecation, lewd sexual acts, drunkenness, sleeping in our doorway of our church at 229 South Division. Again, I've spoken here several times about the major causes as I see it with homelessness. Number one, drunkenness. Yes, for 43 years, every day I see the drunkenness in Hartside. We are now known as the Beer City. What a wonderful title. And now we have these drug stores, quote unquote, selling marijuana, weed, cannabis, whatever you want to call it. These people I see, Mayor and Commissioners, every day in Hartside are smoking this weed, drinking the alcohol, and because of that, many of them, not all of them, many of them are homeless. For 43 years. You want to know two causes of the homelessness? Right there. My brother talked about the sins of this nation in this city. Those are two major sins. Now, the Holy Scriptures proclaim that if a man or woman who can work does not work, they should not eat. Let's put these people to work. There's a lot of work that can be done, and you don't need a college degree to do it. If they don't work, they don't eat. That's the biblical solution. If a man goes hungry, they will work. I appeal to you. Try to do this. You know, our governor has instituted a bill called Growing Michigan Together Council because there's a lack of workers. Number one reason of this is because we're killing our babies. If we allowed those babies to live, we'd have a lot more workers here. And now we have the workers here, just put them to work. In a loving way, you know, without a whip, but in a loving way. Support them financially, and I'd be happy to help you do this because that's a major cause. Thank you.
All right, others wish to be heard. Again, we're still on the public hearing related to the nuisance code.
Hi, my name is Maria. I am a resident of the First Ward, and I've lived in Grand Rapids my whole life. I don't have much to say that has not already been said. I really urge this commission to deny this ordinance from moving forward. And please take to heart what the ACLU has said. A few years ago, I was walking my dogs downtown on Ionia, and I was like turning left. Well, so I like turned left to head east onto like that little corner where Tavern on the Square is. And I turned the corner, and there was a homeless person laying in the middle of the street with their like push walker and some of their belongings. And I watched a couple walk by. I watched some cars swerve around them without stopping to make sure this person was okay. Finally, good thing that, this person was okay and comfortable with dogs, because my dogs and I went up and asked what they needed and if they needed help, and they said that they had been lying there in diabetic shock and in a real health crisis, and they were being ignored by the people who live in Grand Rapids, by the people who visit Grand Rapids, by the tourists, by the business owners. Like, I think that I'm worried that the commission is overestimating like how people view homeless people. Like, there is just no humanization here that we see. So please don't overestimate like people's disposition toward unhoused people, because we can say anything that we want to while we're up here. We can wear, fancy suits and be owners of, fancy construction companies. But what happens when we're actually on the street is it's just not dignified behavior, and it's a shame. And so please keep in mind, don't underestimate just how ruthless some of the people in Grand Rapids are and how willing they are to ignore humanity.
Thanks. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, I'm Libby. I'm from the Second Ward. A couple of things. I was kind of surprised to see that this was on the city agenda. I believe it was Commissioner Moody who, a couple months ago, had said the reason you weren't addressing when people were coming in and complaining about the potential for this, he responded to me later on at the closing remarks saying that you guys weren't responding because it wasn't something you were going to take up. So I was really surprised to see that this was going to be a public hearing on this today. That's my first thing I want to say. My second thing is I went to one of the planned city safety meetings that you had. I was at the Goey Center. And I didn't hear anybody being afraid of homeless people or unhoused individuals. That was not the safety that the actual residents of Grand Rapids were talking about. They were talking about fear in their neighborhoods, things being stolen, cars being stolen, domestic violence. That's what they were talking about. I think a lot of us that live in this city and have grown up here, we're not really that scared of the unwashed. It's a certain other segment, the one that belongs to the Grand Rapids Chamber. They fear the unwashed. And I was really upset to find out that you had done a separate safety meeting for the Grand Rapids Chamber so they could sit around and not have any pushback from the people that live here. Just kind of like this circle jerk of rich men who just, I have to be around scary people. I can tell you the one time I was scared of a homeless person in Grand Rapids, it was in the frickin' 80s, okay? The 80s. I get them at my front door all the time. I live down the street from a park where they live. I'm not scared. Why are these rich, wealthy men so scared? What is it in them that they can't look at their fellow people? That is really the question I wish that you would ask them. And I know that's not your prerogative as a city commission to ask them, and speaking of the park, that park I live down the street from, St. Thomas has their recess there every day. I really don't care about this, but if we're going to pass a rule that says you can't leave your stuff in city places, are you guys going to come out and start making them bring their recess material in? Does that just lay around in the park for days at a time like it does now? Or again, is this only for one group of people? Are you going to come out when I have a neighbor who their bikes are left on the street for 2 or 3 days? Why are you picking on these people? These are not people that have everything like we do. They're not blessed the way all of you are. Where do you want them to go?
All right, others wish to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. My name is Josh Lunger. I'm a city resident and I represent the Grand Rapids Chamber. I just want to start by thanking you for not just the actions of the last 6 months, but the last several years. Metro areas across the country are all finding challenges. I talk to my peers often about this. In many cities, rather than take any action, get caught up in that this is complex and it is difficult, and no one is going to blame me if we don't do something. And so while not every action is perfect and not every action, and no action can solve it, otherwise we'd have already done it, I appreciate the time, effort, intentionality that has gone into this. This is not something anyone wants to work on. These ordinances that are being brought forward are narrow and they're targeted towards behavior. I know there is overlap. I know that housing is a huge issue. It's one of our top priorities and we're working on it constantly. Homelessness is a difficult challenge. There's no one answer. So I appreciate that you all are moving the ball forward in numerous different ways to try to get better outcomes. I've seen the efforts behind the scenes. When I explained to some of our business leaders all the other stuff that's going on, there's a great interest out there, and communicating that going forward is going to be very important. How do we get more people plugged in? We've talked about opportunities for public-private partnership and the resources for providing more to the unhoused. What else can we do? That's the next step. This is the first step. It's not the step. I know that if adopted, that the same intentionality that went into the discussion over the last 6 months and the last 18 months and 3 years will be brought forward to how we communicate, educate, and look at the execution of whatever moves forward. I just want to say thank you. I know that this is challenging. I appreciate that we care enough about the folks that are on the streets and the folks that live, work, and want to recreate here to say status quo is not working for anyone and we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard? Hey, no, don't yell at people. No, that's disruptive. He has every right to be heard just as much as you do.
Brendan Bilski, Second Ward. I would say he has a much greater right to be heard, considering he can be here and no unhoused person was here to talk about this. He has a much greater right to be heard than most of us, because he's one of the most powerful, and just by coming here and thanking you, his presence put pressure on you. So I speak even for you, Mark Washington, even for the commission today, on behalf of democracy, on behalf of the will of the people who do not have a fair say, and for the mayor to say that he has an equal right, the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, when we have billions of dollars of profit in this city, and yet the city only has $634 million in democratic ability. Mark Washington, though he makes $343,000 a year and has been made a millionaire by this city to manage this process of criminalizing homelessness, does what? He's a small fish compared to that fry, okay? Housing is a right according to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. If you treated it as a right, you would join the advocates to bring bold solutions, or really a solution to the table. It would not be a long-term problem that benefits the profit in this industry or just maintains a status quo. And he wants to sweep it under the rug, and he is here thanking you. And if he's thanking you, we got a problem. The housing bubble crashed in 2008, where loans were packaged and negligently traded, where banks made billions. The government could have bailed out the people, yet we're under the influence of big money, bailed out the banks. Millions of homes foreclosed on. The banks bought up those houses instead of paying our mortgages. The government did not do. Why do the many have to go into debt to deserve a home? The same banks that went along with negligent lending practices. This is an attack on the middle class and certainly the poor. Republicans, wake up and do not blindly follow the business leaders that lead you down this dehumanizing route. Homelessness is the penalty for not being productive in this society. It is a warning to accept the dismal pay and strenuous working conditions. The wealthy in GR, some of them alone could solve this issue 100 times over. Yet the individual elite under the leadership of the Chamber of Commerce corralled the political might to put pressure on you and push these draconian policies instead. It affirms MLK Jr.'s prophetic phrase that we have socialism for the rich and rugged individualism for the poor. It costs more to rent than to have a mortgage, which means no individual liberty. If the landlord is your lord, no liberty for the common person. In a nation where money is speech and corporations are people, our city, this hearing and this ordinance now serve that call to profit wholeheartedly and sacrifice the heart and basic empathy in the process. To say this ordinance is the best for for this city is to accept the priorities of the privileged few. Housing and equity is a big issue. Black children are 6 times more likely than white children to be homeless. Nathaniel Moody, who is in the 3rd Ward.
Thanks, your time's up. All right, anyone else who wishes to be heard on this public hearing?
Hello, my name is Cindy Hicks. I live on the southeast side of Grand Rapids in 49507. I'm kind of just, piled and sandwiched between Ward 1 and 3, and no one ever likes to take a phone call from me. So then I end up here angry and pissed off, because my concerns about, I don't know if I'm supposed to say the word shit, but there's human feces. Excuse me, there's unhoused people right outside my door. My children have to deal with this issue. And I too, since we're at it, I will, I tell my kids all the time, the number one rule in life, you can't save your face and your ass at the same time, okay? Respectfully, I have been homeless in my life, okay? I've also been a realtor for 20 years. So I see 2 different sides to the coin. I own more than one piece of property, and I can go on all day long about the policies that keep people unhoused, how it affects the middle people and the people on the bottom. And it took 3 years to get a porta potty at a city park across the street from my house. Mr. Asante over there was kind enough, after 3 years of making phone calls, made it happen. So, one of the biggest complaints I see is having, paying outrageous salaries to the GRPD, who are extremely violent, when we could put that money in Parks and Rec for jobs, giving people, residents, money to trim trees, since you love trees so much. But they're hanging all over the side of the sidewalk on the 3rd Ward, and no one trims them because there's not enough money to fund Parks and Recs or the maintenance for the trees. And there's not enough money for housing because we're spending too much money on police. And what do the police do when they're over-policing a neighborhood? Well, for starters, they're going to write out tickets for loitering, tickets for trash. If you throw a little piece of paper, from the videos I've seen, they usually pull people out of the car and beat them when they throw a little litter out of the window. And I personally have witnessed so much violence that, I come here every single time, and I'm completely traumatized by all the things I've seen from the GRPD, and giving them unlimited use to police unhoused people further when there is limited resources for people to even humanly relieve themselves in a respectful manner. Is just a shame that the city can't do more with the budget. And zoning policies would really could use an overhaul.
Thanks. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Laurel Shantz. I'm a lifelong resident of Grand Rapids, and I live currently in the 2nd Ward. I have been, for the past year, I've been doing a deep dive on issues of home affordability, homelessness, and I've actually met with a bunch of you already. So I would like, first of all, I want to tell you that I disagree with this proposal, and I would like to urge you not to pass it. Secondly, I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you to continue down the road of looking at that, $500,000 for the community rebuilders is a great start. It's just little, but let's keep going on it. Look at your budget when you make it. Reorder your priorities to try and do more of that kind of thing. Work on the housing first. Help getting these people out of the situation that they're in, so they aren't hanging around businesses and making a nuisance of themselves. I understand where the business owners come from, but I think as a commission, you need to really take a deep look at where you put your money and how you prioritize issues. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, I'm Doug Dozeman. I work downtown. I've been working downtown for over 40 years. I also want to thank the commission for tackling this issue. I know it's not easy, obviously, from all the emotion that you've heard today. I get it. It'd be easier to do nothing, but we've seen what happens to cities that do nothing, and it's a downward spiral. I wouldn't want to see that. Obviously, it's a multifaceted problem. We all understand that. But it's a false choice to say we're either not going to do this or we're not going to do housing. We need to do both. And I think the commission's on the right track on this. When I came here 40 years ago, you could, as Mayor Logie used to say, safely roll a bowling ball down the street at 5 o'clock without the fear of hitting anyone. We've come a long ways in 40 years. We can lose it much more rapidly if we do nothing. So I applaud the commission for tackling this. Thank you for all the work that's been done and the balanced approach that appears to be forming here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this first public hearing? Okay, I'm going to close that one. That'll be referred back to our committee of the whole at a later date. So now I'm going to open up the second one, which is related. We already heard the presentation on this. Oh. Okay, do I need to read? Nope. Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing.
Come over here, man. Come over here.
Okay, if you want to be heard on the next public hearing, I've now opened that. And this is the ordinance amendment for disorderly conduct.
Seriously, the example he's going to set for de-escalation?
I
just started.
I didn't even see what happened out there, so I'm moving on, Lucas.
Okay, don't start the clock. Someone lost a phone.
Lucas.
Don't start the clock. Someone lost a phone.
Have Asante, can you please get this? And I'm moving forward.
See what
I'm moving.
Escalation does. It makes us all friction.
Lucas.
You and me don't have an issue.
Okay, I've now opened up the next public hearing. It's related to the presentation earlier. This is on the second component, which is the disorderly conduct amendments. And so if you want to speak on that item, now is your opportunity. Same rules apply. We ask you to share your name, the city that you live in, and you'll be given up to 3 minutes to speak. All right. Go ahead, Lucas.
Can close the hearing if no one speaks.
Lucas, I'm going to move forward with the
I'm waiting for the quiet that you claim to be in control of. Lucas, loitering at your podium again. I get it. You're trying to find a way forward without directly allowing the chamber to copy and paste laws for you from national conservative think tanks. That and any other balance you display, I credit to the pressure you face from those of us who dissent. Thank you for listening in these long meetings. I hope you recognize that while a minority in this city get to speak to you with billions of dollars, we only have our voices in multitude. The language defining loitering is goofy. Are you really proposing the use of the informal phrase hanging around in a law? You need to edit that again. It's redundant and it's Bush League. How can you legally define the need to have a purpose to linger in a public space when some public spaces specifically exist for lingering without a purpose, like parks? You guys need a better wordsmith. My freelance rate's $125 an hour, and that's $40 less than you're paying Mark Washington right now, per hour. As presented, a cost basically means not taking no for an answer. And to be fair, if no means no in other situations, we should be able to find a compromise for when no means no on the streets of GR. But I don't think this city has done its best to engage anyone in compromise who isn't among the wealthy elite or part of those poorly regulated religious charities. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to defend this amendment. There's very, very little redeemable about it. Mostly because, again, as highlighted by the ACLU's not-so-subtle litigation hints, this stuff is redundant to existing law. It is a non-solution. It is a vast distraction designed to help insecure Fox News addicts who've been indoctrinated to fear cities to feel better. Speaking of brainless conservatives, the same people that tell us to back the blue have been very vocal about essentially calling our own police chief a liar, as he's made it clear that downtown is not statistically unsafe. You need to go back to the brainstorming session on this one. You need to come up with a lot less fluff and a lot less punishment for those most marginalized in our community. And you need to stand up to the greedy manipulators spreading misinformation and all the ignorant blowhards that lap it up, and take other measures toward actual solutions, which I'll be back to discuss in a few minutes.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hey, Mayor.
Yeah.
That's it. Question, I want to obviously continue with this public hearing, but there was a lot that just happened.
I'm assuming with Chief coming in that everything's okay.
Yeah, I think so too. But we've also been going for 3.5 hours. Is it possible to have a 5-minute just like breather, bio break? Is
City
that
Attorney,
is that possible? And then resume with.
Or is it
here?
Hold on a second.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, the city attorney say we can, but if you, just to be respectful too of people's time that are here who want to be heard, if you want to get up and take a break or use the restroom, you're welcome to do that. Commissioners, are you okay? I mean, we've had long public hearings before. Is there a mind of the commission? Keep going, or?
I'm okay to keep going.
I'm in favor of keep going. If we need to take a break, those that want to can.
Okay, okay. All right. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, Matt again, 3rd Ward. Now, this surprises people. I actually consider myself a Christian, in that I think what Jesus taught was pretty damn cool. Is he the Son of God, the Messiah? Who knows? I guess I'll find out. But it's his teachings that make me oppose these ordinances. And because of that, I would like to read you a couple Bible verses. Matthew 25, 42 to 46. For I was hungry, and you did not feed me. I was thirsty, and you didn't give me a drink. I was a stranger, and you didn't invite me into your home. I was naked, and you didn't give me clothing. I was sick and in prison, and you didn't visit me. Then they will reply, Lord, when did we ever see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked or sick or in prison and not help you? And he will answer, I tell you the truth. When you refuse to help the least of these, my brothers and sisters, you are refusing to help me. And they will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteousness will go into eternal life. Now, it seems the reason I oppose these ordinances is because when my time comes, and hey, and if I find out Christianity is the God that's up there, I do not want to stand before my Maker and have him repeat this to me. Because it seems like anyone who does not try to help the marginalized and the homeless, well, they better hope the Bible isn't a holy book, because their afterlife is not going to be fun. And another point I'd like to make is that the people sitting on this commission, as many community members have mentioned, you are not separate from the unhoused community. We are all connected. And to illustrate that, one second. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. That's it. Hope you all find Jesus.
Hello again. My name is Christian. If you want an example of what the GRPD are going to do when they selectively enforce this ordinance, that was a good example of that incident. One of your Chamber of Commerce goons made a comment towards me, and when I said something back, the chief of police and his police officers chased me down and targeted me, asking me that I calm down, and that I go back in the room. When I was antagonized because I have a different opinion. And yes, I antagonize others for having a different opinion, but my antagonization is because people have differing opinions that trample on human rights. If you want a good example, that's one right there. That's one right there. This chief of police of the entire department pointed at me and yelled at me because I said something back to somebody after they said a comment to me. Threatened to arrest. He threatened to arrest me because I said something back to him. I'm talking about the ordinances and selectively enforcing them. That's an example of that. I'm giving you an example right in front of your face, Mark Washington. So your $340,000 salary? Okay, have a great day. Anyways, as I was saying, they're gonna selectively enforce all of this to whatever they want, every single time. They're gonna selectively enforce it against people who are sitting in front of certain businesses because they've made certain connections with certain business owners who are part of the Chamber of Commerce. That's what's gonna happen. If that police officer knows that business owner, they're gonna sit there and they're gonna selectively enforce it and arrest the person in there. And you say there's not gonna be any arrests, but you don't think there's gonna be arrests when they're already arresting people now for trespassing? They're already taking people to jail. They're already putting people in the back of cars. They're already selectively enforcing all these ordinances already. There's ordinances in place. Let's amend those. Let's be more human. Let's be more humane. Money talks, it does. And that's a good example of it. The same people who are putting money into these campaigns and to the police foundation and to all of that, they're the ones who are going to benefit from this. Not working class people who are already on the brink of homelessness themselves. Not the homeless population themselves. I mean, we already saw that at Hartside when GRPD in 2020 during Christmas went in and cleared it out because it looked ugly to the people who lived next to it. I was part of that. I helped clear those houseless people out. I took my Christmas and I did that because I cared about this community. I care about this community and I care about whether or not these commissioners are gonna ruin it. Because one day I'm gonna be in your seat and I'm gonna do everything 10 times different. 100%. I'm gonna care about the people of Grand Rapids because I've lived here all my life and I've never considered leaving until now. And that's an issue.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi again. My name is Kay Bianchi. I'm a resident of Grand Rapids. I'm speaking towards the second ordinance we are talking about today. I've heard a lot from business owners here, and especially from the downtown district. They get up here and they thank the commission almost as if you've already decided, almost as if these ordinances are already passed. They thank you as if you are on their side, and I just wanted to put that on record, that that's what's being observed here today. I've also heard business owners get up here from the downtown district or even all over Grand Rapids talk about safety. So I want to just discuss a few numbers with you. In this country, less than 25% of property crime is actually solved by the police. Less than half of all violent crime is solved by the police. And at one of the highest in the world, our recidivism rate is at 44%. If a police response actually keeps us safe, where are the numbers to prove it? Why are we seeing year after year of abuses from police departments and city municipalities who put in ordinances like this that go to hurting and further marginalizing people of color, the unhoused, the queer community, the disabled community? And just to that, I wanted to speak towards a comment that was made earlier about these ordinances being asked or being championed by the disability community. I find that absolutely disgusting and manipulative. And I know personally from organizing within these communities, especially the disability community, that their movement is unapologetically inclusive, not to discriminate against anyone for their class status, their housing status, their racial differences, their sexual orientation or gender differences. So to come up here and mischaracterize the movement of the disability community as if they are going to be in, there was some combos over there, so I just stopped. In order for them to, let me just restart that. To suggest that the disability community is going to be in accordance with this non-inclusive ordinances, it's manipulative, deceitful, and a mischaracterization of a movement that is centered in inclusion and betterment of all humanity, not just rich business owners that are scared of seeing poor people.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, others wish to be heard?
Brandon Bilski, 2nd Ward. I just witnessed the police chief use his power to flex and just get up in the face of a community member here after he was antagonized, okay? But then what's the response? Police chief goes right to Christian, corners him, and he has a gun.
Brandon,
and he has 5 other people here.
We're talking about the ordinance.
Yes, and
It's a
this is
public
applicable.
hearing.
I can go through the links if you want me to.
The disorderly conduct ordinance.
Yeah, our police chief, disorderly conduct.
Okay.
Blatant
Good.
disregard for the law in his position of power, taking someone out of the line who was going to speak because of that accosting. This city can no longer be a model for inequity, which is what you are, and affirm here again today. This problem will only get worse as the middle class is dwindling and the majority of people in our city, the working people in our city, are suffering. The struggle will rise and the costs will continue to rise. And what will you do? It could be any of us, but I suspect none of you. If you think the issue is beyond you as a council and body, then as city officials, I hope you will join me and use your platform and join many Grand Rapidians on September 5th in Lansing, where thousands will gather to demand rent control in Michigan. No one here wants to see anyone live on the street, yet some, including a unanimous decision by this body to bring this grotesque policy to public hearing, are here to say or stay silent, as others say, let's just remove the issue of homelessness from our site so business can carry on. The Reinvest campaign, to have community control over public safety, with safety meaning resources, and understanding that the cops are not keeping our community safe, but the community has to keep itself safe when they are not responding in the 3rd Ward. They are not coming for us to help the most vulnerable, and nor are you. Just yesterday, I saw an ad for Meyer, who dared to promote themselves in how they help shelters, ending with, "Together we can make a difference." They do next to nothing, especially in comparison to what they could do, just like this body. When one company in our city makes billions, $19.2 billion in revenue alone in 2022, and an undisclosed amount of profit, a single corporation oversees 30 times this city budget, we see why the problem persists. There is ample money and resources, yet you let the corporations thrive at the expense of our city. Why does our city sit on its hands instead of bring the Chamber of Commerce in line, honor your duty to the people, and bring the vast wealth of this city to bear on this issue? This is pure manipulation and deceit. The workers who run those stores are struggling. The local community that supports and relies on those stores are struggling. The majority are well within the stresses of poverty because they cannot accumulate wealth to buy a home, prevent the tragedy post an emergency of homelessness. Abraham Lincoln said, in this age, in this country, public sentiment is everything. With it, nothing can fail. Against it, nothing can succeed. Whoever molds public sentiment goes deeper.
Thank you. Your time's up. Brandon, your time's up. Brandon, your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Next person, please. Your time's up.
Mark back. Am I on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. we go again. When will it stop? Once again, they can fool y'all, but they can't fool me. This disorderly conduct stuff is vague at best. Police around the country can weaponize it. Take, for instance, Keith Muriel, who was visiting a friend at a hotel, only to be the victim of a zap fest by 3 Jackson, Mississippi police officers.
Mark, are you talking about the disorder?
Yes, disorderly conduct. This is part of it.
Okay.
Zapped 80 times and basically hands and feet handcuffed like he was calf roped at a rodeo and left there to die while they was out there joking and dancing in the parking lots with glee. They charged him with disorderly conduct. That's the problem. You can't have that. Don't want it to happen here. So you want put disorderly conduct in there, it has to be some specifics by it. It can't be all general. Because police do lie. Like the 100 and so police officers in Chicago, who the judge threw every one of them out. That judge didn't want to see any of them around him again, or he'll arrest them himself. So you better think about this. Because once again, you put bogus charges on innocent people, that's the problem. And you don't want that to fester here in Grand Rapids. So lay off of it for a while until you get specifics are made. So specifics are made. Let's get these attentions to detail down. Because you don't want another Keith Muriel on your hands. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. I'm going to take 2 more comments and then close this public hearing so we can get to general public comment.
My name is Dan Hesse. I'm a resident of the Second Ward. This is the first 2 o'clock meeting I've made. And then when I got to the lot, I was told it'd be $12 for parking, so I think that's a little ridiculous.
Sorry.
Hold time.
I understand it's not normally the
Revalidate.
case, and thank you.
Okay.
I actually parked elsewhere, but just maybe something to note. I know meetings don't usually go this long at 2 o'clock, but
We'll make sure they know. Sorry about that.
yep, thanks. So anyway, I think there's a big difference between what one could define as nuisance compared to putting someone in danger. I know that people have different levels of what they see. However, I said hi to Mayor Bliss a couple of times on the sidewalk in the past, and she's the high profile, you're the profile mayor of the city. As a white male, I don't have some of the same concerns that women or others may feel. However, I've talked with many people, and few feel like they are actually in danger. I really don't see how an ordinance is also going to do anything to address this. We already have rightful laws against assault, against hate speech, and other harmful, traumatic behavior. So I'm asking for you to please not adopt this ordinance and advocate for more allocation of resources to housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry again about the parking. All right, this is the last comment, and then I'm going to close the public hearing.
I should get to talk.
No, I can close it whenever I want. I already said the last 2, and then I still have public comment.
Oh, so
So
I'm a
that-
member of the...
Libby, go ahead. Last comment, and then I'm closing this public hearing.
All right, hi again, Libby still. I know it's been a long afternoon. I feel it too, so. But I wanted to make a comment about this one specifically. And I saw it written down, excuse me. I saw it written somewhere a few weeks ago, but I haven't seen it since. I believe that this ordinance that you're looking to do would make it so that people could not ask people sitting in social zones for assistance or money, or come up to them by an ATM. Do I understand that correctly? Yes, okay. I know we don't normally answer, but I didn't want to continue if it wasn't. I think it's kind of a neat trick that you have declared so many sidewalks in the city social zones, and now kind of want to look at the idea of creating them as no free speech zones, because that's basically what saying panhandling can't occur in that location is. Because asking for money is our free speech. I've joked with a few people that if this passes, I'm going to become a panhandler just to see if I get arrested for it. These are our public streets. We pay for them. We maintain them. The restaurants that want to put some seating outside, they're not paying extra for that. I mean, I know they pay a little bit in like a licensing fee or whatever, but why should we have our rights limited so that they can have a business on the sidewalk? If they want to have a business that doesn't have any access to poor people, put it inside the confines of their business. Don't put it on the public street. It's the public street. It's not the Dutch unicorn guy's street or the Gerber baby heirs street. It's our street. We all should have our right to speak what we want to speak on those streets. So I find that to be a neat trick. I think I read an article about how many miles the city has declared as social zones, and now they're going to be a place where nobody can ask for assistance from each other. I think that's a fun trick. Secondly, what counts as being safe in our parks is really interesting. If you know Easttown at all, you know there's a man that is referred to as Easttown Billy Idol. And there are people that are certain he is going to, I don't know what, because his butt cheeks are showing. He's not scary. I mean, he's a little bit, eccentric, but he's not scary. I have neighbors that have called the police on him because they think he's scary. He rents an apartment right down the street. He has every right to be there. But we're going to start seeing more of that kind of stuff, focusing on people because of how they look and not who they are. It's not a behavior. You're not looking to make a behavior illegal.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close that public hearing. Again, that'll be referred back to the Committee of the Whole at a later date. This will take us to our last opportunity for public comment, and this opportunity is to speak about any other item that you have on your mind. Again, same rules apply. We ask that you share your name, city that you live in, and you'll be given up to 3 minutes to speak.
Daniel Scott, resident of Grand Rapids over 40 years. Again, my real identity is I'm a follower of the Lord Jesus Christ. I'd like to, first of all, just invite anyone that needs clean, free clothing. Our fellowship at 229 South Division this Saturday is giving away free, clean, high-quality used clothing. That's from noon to 1 p.m. And 229 South Division is the address. But again, I must share with you, you'll hear the gospel of Jesus Christ if you attend. We just remembered Juneteenth Day, where slavery officially ended so many years ago. But there's still very real slavery still in existence in our nation today and in our city. The slavery is in mothers' wombs. For so many of our fellow citizens, the unborn. Again, I quote Martin Luther King Jr., quote, "How can the dream survive if we murder the children?" Notice he called it murder. "Every aborted baby is like a slave in the womb of his or her mother. The mother decides his or her fate." Martin Luther King. If you could see an actual murder on a camera, ultrasound, you would see the murderer putting the scalpels or other instruments into the womb, and you would see the baby trying to get away from the sharp object that is about to tear his or her arm off or leg off. That's what Martin Luther King was referring to, I think, as slavery. By the way, I can show you one of these on my phone. It's gruesome, it's bloody, but it's real. The other form of slavery is now coming across our southern border. Hundreds of thousands of migrant children, and I'm not against them coming, but I'm against them being forced into sex slavery, sold for sex slavery. Please, Mayor Bliss and you commissioners here, if you know of it going on in our city, I appeal to you not to allow that to happen. Two kinds of slavery still in our city. We have a lot of work to do to free these dear children, both unborn and born. And I appeal to you to be aware. Thank you.
Right.
It's been a long afternoon. Thank you for your service, by the way. Again, I pray for you every day.
All right.
Not by name, but by group.
Thanks. Others wish to be heard?
Eric Everett from Grand Rapids. I just want to apologize for the misunderstanding. So now I can pray my recorded prayer as my concluding comment. Lord, as I'm faced here at 320 Fulton, I pray, Lord, thank you for the opportunity you've given me to pray for this place. Lord, that you would shut it down and change it into a place that would honor you. That the murder of children would stop. That the murder of children will stop here at 320. I pray, Lord, that you would convert the heart of Thomas Gordon. That you'll bring him to yourself. Humble him, break his heart, so he can come to you for salvation in Jesus Christ. And that, Lord, in your perfect timing, you will transform this place into a haven for mothers who want to bring their babies to life instead of murder them. I pray all these things for your glory, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
All right. Others wish to be heard?
Hi, Tammy Hawk, Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm not an expert on much, but today I'm going to tell you, you got an unofficial expert here. From when I was a kid and back when Riverside Park wasn't populated with a lot of houses, and we lived down there, we camped down there. I know that park like the back of my finger. So anyway, like 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, I took the parks director through there to show him the damage left from after the 2013 flood when city employees took sand piles and they just pushed them into that creek under the North Park Bridge there in the park, right? And so I asked them, well, what are you doing? And they said, well, we're hoping this is going to alleviate flooding. But what it has done over the years is it actually, the very North Lagoon, it's gone. I mean, it's gone. Nobody's fishing there no more. Nobody's swimming there. And it's my family is responsible for the no swimming sign that they put there way back decades ago. We started that trend because we lived there so much. We swam there, you know. And I'm just saying, that lagoon is gone. And that's because the river, and I was telling the parks director, you know, you wouldn't think it would, but the river flows down to the second boat launch, comes into that first lagoon, or that, well, the second south end lagoon, into the lagoon around the pavilion, goes into the other lagoon, and then it drains down out that creek bed and out into a sand bed that you could walk halfway across the river across right there. So I was telling him, I think that has something to do with why, you know, the creek drains out there. You know, and instead of water coming in from the river there, because you wouldn't think that would go past there, right? Well, anyway, that's beside the point. The lagoon's gone. And if it hadn't been for some recent rain or whatever, okay? I think like right now, if we were still in drought, all of us could go there and we could walk right straight across that, that. And that mouth, there's nothing more important to do in the park system right now than get the mouth of that creek back open again. And I told him, I said, look, you've already lost a third of that lagoon. And he said, well, maybe we bring the big equipment in when we do the dam, right? And I said, I don't really think you have that much time. And now 3 years later, and then that happened with the drought, and it showed the extent of the real damage, and it is starting to affect the lagoon over by the new pavilion there. You can see the ducks struggling to try to get through there. So, I'm just saying, I think you're going to lose a lot of lagoons, and you wouldn't have to put chemicals in there if the river could do its job
Thank
and
you.
help clean that all out.
Thanks. We'll have staff follow up. Thanks. All right. Others who wish to be heard?
I'm Andra from Grand Rapids. So I just want to talk about your all-expense paid trip to South Korea and Japan. Mark Washington and his wife, Mayor, and her partner, and a few others, you looked so enlightened in your photos, engaging with Asian culture. I roll. You claim that no taxpayer dollars funded your trip and that you helped fundraise the money. It seems kind of sus, but if you say so. So you stayed in the Gangnam district, the wealthy district. Did you venture outside of that paradise at all? I bet you didn't visit the slums all around it. It's interesting that you consider Seoul to be a sister city. You know what was filmed there? The series Squid Games. So that actually makes sense that you'd compare that to Grand Rapids. Considering the huge wealth gap and inequality we have going on here, the oppression, the slave wages, the lack of resources, what we have to endure just to get one banana so we don't die. The rich people have it all, and all the working class and poor get to live in slums. Makes sense to pick Seoul as a sister city. I'm going to reiterate again that we need affordable housing, not market rate high rises or 80% AMI, but 30% AMI is where we need to start. People are dying out here, people are sick, people are living under constant stress, and it's costing us our health. None of you face these struggles, certainly not Mark Washington, right? Making over $300,000 a year. And John O'Connor, who's not here, talking down to people who are less fortunate than him. I think we should all boycott his business and every other business downtown. We need resources, we need housing, we need rent control. I understand that's at the state level, but you all have the ability to work with state reps and do something. One more thing I forgot to mention about the revised ordinances. No window peeping. What does that even mean? And how will you enforce that? If I wasn't so disgusted by your apathy and oppression, I'd laugh at how ridiculous and stupid these proposed ordinances are. One last thing, for the last several years, many of us have been asking that you make these meetings more accessible, but yet you've done the opposite and made them less accessible. 2 p.m. on a Tuesday is not accessible. Justice for Patrick, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, Christian, First Ward. Just came up here to reiterate a lot of the points. It's more accessible meetings. I'm privileged to be here at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. As you can see, many of the business owners who supported the ordinances that you have put in place have left because they have the privilege to go back to their homes or back to their businesses because they're business owners. Many working class people who work retail jobs, who work in food, who may even work where I work in a factory, don't have the privilege to be here at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. And yes, there's another meeting 2 weeks from now at 7 p.m., but why can't they be at every meeting? Why can't we have accessibility in the sense of video calling? It's the 21st century, technology pretty much rules everything around us. We should be able to have that opportunity to call in using that technology that is available to us. Everybody has smartphones for the most part, and if not, people have access to computers and other things. And if this was more accessible, we would work with people to make sure that people were able to get on this call. I think it's also crazy that this room only holds 265 people when there's over 200,000 people in Grand Rapids and over 1 million people in the greater Grand Rapids area who are affected by a lot of the policies that put in place. 265 people in one room is not enough for you to hear the input of everybody in the city. When that was mostly filled up by business owners, like I said, who work for the Chamber of Commerce, that's not okay to me. I want to reiterate justice for Patrick Loya. He was executed by Christopher Scher last April, shot in the back of the head. The officer climbed on top of him and shot him in the back of the head. We need that officer to be convicted. Firing him is not enough. We need policies revamped in the GRPD to make sure they don't brutalize another community member, somebody who's important, an immigrant. I come from a family of immigrants. My dad was deported from this city 5 years ago. And I struggle with that every day because I have to sit here and be the only person who carries on his generation in the U.S. because of that. I want to reiterate that we shouldn't pass these ordinances. These ordinances are going to criminalize houseless people when they're in the lowest points of their life. I want to reiterate that GRPD is a brutalizing authoritarian gang in our city. They brutalize people on a constant basis. What just happened to me was a good example of that. He did not go after the white, rich business owner. He went after the large brown man who was being loud. Just like they've gone after the loud brown man, Donnie Santiago, and other activists who are not allowed here because of that, who have been silenced by this commission. It's amazing to me that I still love this city the way that I do, seeing how many of you have unfortunately put policies in place to not bridge the gap. Justice for Patrick Loya.
All right, others wish to be heard?
My name is Cindy. I'm in the first ward, but third ward issues. I have to collect myself a minute as I was not aware that Christian's family has also suffered deportation, so it's a lot to deal with. 22 years ago, when I was a single mom, and I had the unfortunate experience of a landlord not doing the necessary repairs in order to live in the property I was renting. The furnace was not working and it started to snow. And the landlord felt that she had more rights than me, so she tried to pull me out of the apartment by my hair. That didn't work out too well. And there are many ways that people can become homeless. I'm a certified foreclosure counselor, so I've helped hundreds of people prevent foreclosure to their homes. And like Kimmy, I wasn't paid to do it. I just did it because somebody needed to be there to help people. When I spoke earlier about being homeless, sometimes people ask me, well, what did I do to survive? I went to a bar and I found a single guy. That's what I did. Some people might call that prostitution. I personally have never exchanged my ass for money. I'm just saying, those are choices that I had to make. I didn't get to keep my daughter with me. She had to stay at my mom's for a few months out of the city of Grand Rapids because there wasn't resources 23 years ago that were there and available. And it was a very difficult time in my life. But I will tell you, Grand Rapids is an incredibly racist place to live, that I was able to get housing simply because I was white. Mayor Bliss, I think you should really care about that. And it didn't happen one time, 2 times. And they straight up told me, the landlords told me with their own mouth, I'm giving you this apartment because you're white. So after working at a civil rights office, I went into housing. I didn't go into housing because I wanted to get rich. I went into housing because people had their rights violated, and I got to enjoy white privilege and not be homeless as long as the other black women around the neighborhood that applied for the same apartment. So I fully am invested in housing because I know how wrong it is of the things that go on in the city and have been going on for decades. And it takes a lot of courage to tell people when you've been handed things that you don't deserve.
All right, others wish to be heard?
The zoning commission needs a over.
All right, others that wish to be heard?
Lucas again. Let's talk about two main concepts you could choose to lean into instead of these dubious amendments. Trust and action. On most big issues in GR, we're clearly in a stalemate of distrust. A good deal comes from the concerns that a violent, poorly regulated GRPD will be the primary interpreter and enforcer of whatever laws you make. It will be the word of some tearful white woman or respectable businessman against that unhoused person, leading to penalties and fines as you try to get blood out of an already impoverished turnip. There is no demonstrated reason to trust this city to apply any definition fairly, even if it's well written, which it's not. And it doesn't help that these ideas come from the traditional perverse pride point of behind-the-scenes work, inspiring more distrust. So let's build on that with some actions that challenge the housing crisis and related greed. Trickle-down housing is not a thing. Stop telling us the lie about housing inventory needing to be increased at the top. Provide it from the bottom up. I'm a comfortable middle-class white dude. I don't need more inventory. I can compete. Lobby aggressively in Lansing for rent controls. Charter a bus and pack the State House with activists and unhoused people who will tell the real truth to those leaders. And attend Kent County Commission meetings alongside citizens to do the same. Establish a vacancy tax and use the funds for housing instead of allowing the greedy to sit on empty property and profit from their manipulation of tax breaks or wait for blight classification so we can all pay for them to redevelop it. Pass an ordinance to ban the income 3 times rent requirement and require the inclusion of government benefits in said income. Stop allowing the HOT team to be neglected. Improve it, including funding dedicated police staff roles, and move the mental health officer to the fire department instead. Work out a deal with GRPS for all these vacant buildings they're trying to unload, create a housing authority, and put those places to use instead of endlessly abdicating responsibility to religious nonprofits. Form an oversight commission for all organizations that work with the unhoused, requiring public reporting metrics. These are just a few ideas. There are many more, lots of proven concepts, but you could choose to be a leader and a pioneer in that space rather than a shameful cautionary tale. I think you can do it. We can do it. But you're going to have to become less rigid to imagination and more gutsy in the face of corporatists and fascists.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, it's me again, Matt, 3rd Ward. So I just want to point out that Police Chief Eric Winstrom just threatened a friend of mine with arrest for declining to speak with him, which, may I remind you, is his constitutional right. And I guess when seeing that literally right in front of you, I just have to question, why do you think they deserve more funding that I know you're thinking of giving them? Why do you think they should have the drones that you're considering? Well, you know what? I know why, but I don't need to say it, because let's just say y'all are not as good at maintaining a facade of goodness as you think you are.
All right, others wish to be heard?
All right, so Dan again, 2nd Ward. So I always forget about the validation thing for some reason. Still do think though that people down there should tell people that it can be validated. And I usually walk over. But I do think that, again, this 2:00 meeting is very inaccessible, and I understand this is, my comments here at the end of 4 hours into this. But, from my understanding, there's a bylaw amendment that need to be made or something. I think having a meeting for people with disabilities to come on that was virtual or something like that would be an idea. I think there's many ideas that could be discussed, but right now, I agree with other comments that, this is more inaccessible than it was. And, it's just not right. And I know that, all the people with privilege, like me, are the ones up here commenting. The homeless and other people who are scared to speak rarely make it up here. And, just people gathering testimonials and things like that from the homeless, to be read by commissioners at meetings is something I would advocate for too, because I feel they truly don't have a voice, and people with disabilities don't have a voice. So those are my comments.
Thanks. Thanks, Dan. All right, others wish to be heard?
Brandon Bilski, Second Ward. I'd like to just briefly overview the history of the housing struggle in Grand Rapids since even 2017, where we had a community land trust. We've had an attempts at doing the right thing. I know the city sent a letter to Kent County saying, hey, don't get rid of this. Let's postpone. Let's have further discussion on this issue. But Republican-controlled Kent County has made it impossible. So our county, unlike many counties, has done even less. And we are a growing city, which means you have to deal with that nature of development. But you need to make a decision, because people are struggling and they will continue to struggle. And big money is only getting bigger. On the whole, it's only going to get bigger. And you have to either help the people or step aside. Don't run for office. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen, because it's about to get hot, literally and metaphorically. Climate change demands a Green New Deal. And there is an abundance on the other side of this, of green energy, where every single person can thrive. How do we protect people against AI, against automation? How do you protect yourselves when you grow old and your people who are helping you get to the toilet are only getting paid $15 an hour, only showing up 50% of the time? I know personal testimony from friends that work in these places that are struggling. The silent struggle of those who cannot be here to advocate. And I know you are smart enough to know these problems even before I bring them to you. That there was a homeless person at every table during those public safety meetings last year in December and a little bit earlier, where you pulled the community together largely at the pressure and behest of a politicized issue, where we had the leaders of the Realtors Association, the leaders of the landlords coming to say, hey, you need to do something about this, about the homeless people that are now making it hard for us to do business downtown, amidst great gentrification, amidst great economic struggle at the behest of those large banks that destroyed, again, the middle class. We need democracy, and you should be the voices for that. And instead, you are the silent majority of people on the governing body who are allowing the conversation to be pulled to whether or not it's a problem for someone to stand on the side of the street because they literally have nowhere else to go, and you will face constitutional struggles. Why? Because there is no place for them to go, and you cannot federally make them go anywhere else. And it may be hundreds of millions of dollars down the line. Not just with that neglect and the legal ramifications, but all the money it takes for the homeless people who are consistently going to the emergency room just to get slips of paper saying they're homeless so they can go back to dégagé after curfew. The solution is higher taxation for the corporations and where the money is. But you need to be bold.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Mark back again. if Reverend Scott don't want to pay no taxes here, he can leave. There's a good place he can go down to Carroll, Illinois. It's not too far from here. And by the way, he's talking about pro-life and all that stuff. But he didn't want to mention Tori Bowie, who died while pregnant. Now I want to get to my parents' home state of Oklahoma. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You denied 3 survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre and the families of the ancestors who did not live reparations for what they did to their subdivision. You fools need to be run out of the state. As for you, Governor Stitt, remember this. Your Capitol building in Oklahoma City is located in the hood, not downtown. Because there's going to be a lot of black people are going to be marching in front of your Capitol building. They too want them to be made whole for the damage that they did 102 years ago. Because if not, the blood will be on your hands. So you better do the right thing. Remove J. Edgar Hoover's name from the FBI building. Remove George Washington's name from the town of Mobile, Alabama. Justice for Patrick Leoya. Justice for Keith Muriel. Recall Ron DeSantis. Boycott Swanson. And free Crossley Green. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mark.
I was going to say something else, but you're tired, I'm tired, so I'm just going to say this. I don't know how you name the new arena or whatever that thing is at your building. I have no interest in it. Please do not name it DeVos, Van Andel, or Meyer, okay?
Thanks, Libby. All right, anyone else who wishes to be heard?
My name is Dean Juth, resident downtown, also own a business in downtown. Been around since Mayor Hemholt. Seen a lot of things over the years, some good, some bad. You know, the growth within the city brings obviously problems. And I talk to a lot of visitors, a lot of employees, a lot of people that live downtown, and there's a lot of different opinions. And to try to make them all happy has got to be a pretty tough task. But recently it just seems to be getting worse. And this last month we've had 3 shots fired on our street. We've had 1 suicide, 1 bank robbery, and that's the things that get reported. So as much as, you know, some people don't think the police is doing a good job, and as, you know, they don't think you're doing a good job up there, I would be willing to give up some of my money that goes to the heating of the sidewalks, the beautification, you know, the flowers and all that, which sometimes looks like putting lipstick on a pig now. So I would be willing to do that. We have helped the homeless. I employ the homeless. I put people up at hotels before. Yeah, there isn't enough of us out there that are doing enough, but, you know, adding, someone suggested, you know, taxes on rental property, you know, tax the visitors that come to town through a hotel tax, have it specifically go to, you know, the homeless. Homeless isn't at the top of my list as far as taking care of a problem within downtown. It's certainly a big problem. But when you have gunfire, bank robberies, and suicides, that's important too. It doesn't provide a very good culture for my employees who are afraid to come to work. They want to quit, try to talk them into staying, saying it's going to be safe. But, you know, my employees are walking home at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and there is no ambassador program then. So, you know, they have to go in groups. And it can get scary out there, no doubt. I don't think you would want your kids out there at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning, no matter what age they were. So I appreciate what the police are doing. I know sometimes they'll have as many as 14 911 calls in queue on the weekend, and they've got to pick and choose of who they're going to go to, and I wouldn't want that job. So more training. It can get better, but I know it all revolves around money. So hopefully you can find it somewhere.
Thanks, Dean. All right, I'm going to close that public comment period, and I will turn to my colleagues. I think I'll start down here with, I'll start with Commissioner Moody.
No comment, Mayor.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good to see everyone. I know personally over the past couple months, I mean, I've heard and seen situations with people that have great need, many times not to the faults of their own. I've also heard and seen many instances of people who have been on the receiving end of behavior issues downtown that are, you know, both dangerous and disrespectful too. And I think both are serious issues. And I think most people would say that they agree with that. In my opinion, I think the only effective solution moving forward is to look at both. I think we got to take an approach that's both compassionate, but also that addresses many of the other issues going downtown, and that ultimately holds us all to the same level of behavior. So that's my heart for the city and for this community, and what I believe is to be the wisest moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Knight, go ahead.
I think I gave my dissertation in June on how I felt about this issue. If you don't remember, I suggest going to YouTube. I heard it's very popular. This is a difficult situation, and I'm not going to go back through all of that because I can't do it today. But if you haven't been there, you should visit. Take a moment and reflect, but also understand that is not one thing that moves this community. It's a number of things that we all have to take into context. If I had to sit and weigh this out, I don't know where it would end, because there are so many things that we have to take into context with this whole situation. Should it weigh on the side of the people who have more power and money? No. Should it weigh heavily on the side of those who have been unfortunate? No. It's going to weigh across the board, and we have to find a way to help those who need that assistance, but then also to help our community. I didn't say downtown, I said our community thrive. Now, the one thing that came to mind as I sat here and watched the droves of people in this room was like, wow, if y'all showed up for every single issue in every single ward like that, the things that we could do. But we don't. We'll show up for a hot topic. But do we show up for all of the things? So while we're weighing heavily on one side, make sure that that plate is balanced. While we're talking the talk, and it's good to come up, and I have said this multiple times, and I will continue to say it, your voice was given to you for a reason, but know what you're talking about. Get all the facts. With all that getting, while everybody was quoting scripture, here's a great one. With all that getting, get an understanding. That's it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Isasi?
Okay, Commissioner Mama Knight.
we call Commissioner Moody Pastor Commissioner, so I'm going to call you Commissioner Mama Knight now. And I really appreciate, honestly, I kind of had to laugh, Libby, when you came up and said, we're tired and I'm tired. And I think it's been a 4-hour and something meeting. And also I know that everybody around this table will be here for whatever time we need to be. And thank you for those. Obviously, different people have to come and go, but I do appreciate people for showing up. And really, I want to say thank you to our Deputy City Attorney Strom and Deputy City Manager Behrens. I don't know how much time total has gone into this topic or discussion. Yes, we did talk about it in 22. We had a different commission. We now have new commissioners. We started sort of a new session, if you will, in 23 with different people and different opinions and different ideas and different thoughts and different realities. So it's continuing. These are the things that I heard today. Zoning, public health, housing insecurity, community land bank, cleaning up our community, public bathrooms, a land bank. These are all things that we've talked around this table and actually have made investments in. The land bank, that was actually before I was on the commission. This is my 4th year, and now this language has passed and it'll be in effect in 24, I believe, right? Right, Mayor?
Yes, it is.
So the wheels of government move slow, and that's not an excuse, that's just a reality. I want to point that out. Public restrooms is something that, I know I saw Commissioner Reppard in the room earlier, something he certainly and others championed. We talked around this table, and we'll, I will continue to support as well. And the whole idea of everybody, a lot of people being one situation. I think the dollar amount is like $400. The Federal Reserve said that most people don't have $400 to help in the instance of, some sort of emergency in their life. And I look around the table, and I know many of you have worked in these spaces, are working in these spaces right now, and we know that. And it's hard sometimes to sit up here and say, like, it felt like this meeting felt like we got to fix everything in this world. At least that's how I was writing comments down. But I can't. I have to think about what's in front of me, and I have to think about what is in my circle of control, what is in my circle of concern, what is my circle of influence. And this language today was very narrow, I think, because that was what I think our staff heard from us as we've been having this conversation. Somebody said, is this the best that we can do? I personally know this isn't the best. This is the reality of what we have, I think, as a city. We do have situations of individuals who are, have been hit with things, have been accosted. Commissioner Robbins, you brought that up. We get messages, usually on the weekend, about things that have happened. And I don't think anybody around this table has said it's like one group of individuals. And so when I think about this has been a very difficult conversation and topic because there is a lot of feelings about it. What is the right thing? What are we not seeing? Why can't we build up these things fast enough? Those are all the questions we ask ourselves. And I appreciate the thoughts and the comments today. I think that helped us with some of the questions that we have as we go back and look at this language. And I also still sit in that same space that I said I was in the public safety meeting of I do not support an ordinance that would be a very general ordinance around a sitting or line ordinance, some things that were presented to us before. And I also recognize what is my responsibility in the oath that I've taken in this seat. And so while we haven't had the vote yet, I really like to say out loud kind of what I'm thinking. So then it's no surprise when we get to the point of where we're voting. I want to transition from this meeting today. So thank you for all who have been here and especially city staff that prepared this meeting. We were off for 4 weeks, so it's like coming back to school. But I want to transition into something positive. I want to highlight my colleague, Commissioner Knight, who received the George Hartwell Trailblazer, I believe, award for the ELO network. I believe you received that the week after we were on on break, and I was like, how come I didn't know about this? And it was a big award highlighting work with youth and highlighting the importance of like positive, I'm probably not even saying it all right, but positive social emotional activities. I know that's how I first met Commissioner Knight, is when she was working at the Urban League, and you called Lisa because she always answered the phone and would do anything for all these babies in this community. And so sitting up here, that's kind of what I kept thinking about, is like, we're all bringing these individual experiences and interests. So I just want to say congratulations to you on that award. It's well deserved. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm being told I'm not allowed to allow clapping, sorry.
All right. Good evening again. Or no, I said good afternoon last time I spoke. No, I'm just kidding. Seriously, don't mind. Happy to put in whatever time it takes to make sure everyone is heard. When I do listen, my process is kind of during public comment, during public hearings, my process is to listen, to write down every single person's name who shares it, to write down the gist of their message. I star things where I'm like, that's a really great point. I want to follow up. I want to ask a question. I want to look into that. I also note a lot of the misinformation that I hear, or the non-up-to-date information. There's quite a lot of things that folks suggest or they want that we are actually already doing, investing in, or there are things that we are not able to do and folks want to see us do because of we're local government, we're not state or federal government, or how money flows, or so on and so forth. And so that is kind of my process of how I keep track of what I'm hearing, how I note patterns, and how I know what's in there that I can take and do something with, right? My circle of control, my circle of influence, like Commissioner Yasasi said. So kind of high level, you know, I heard today over the last few hours, concerns around criminalization, of course. Questions and comments around loitering, the definition of it, the response to it, potential response to it. I heard a lot about humanity and seeing the humanity in others. I heard thoughts that our decisions are set in stone by the time we have public hearings. I heard a lot related to income inequality in this community in particular. I heard concerns around folks are in the pockets and at the behest of our donors and not community and not the public. So I'm always at the end of public hearing, I'm always torn of, you know, I'm not in the business of defending every little thing I hear that is misinformation, that's not up to date, or that is a personal attack even sometimes, even though it's quite tempting. But I will speak specifically to the idea that things are set in stone and folks are in people's pockets. Now, I'm gonna speak for myself because that's all I can do with full confidence, though I do have a lot of confidence in my colleagues. But a lot of the major issues and controversial issues that we've tackled since January, when we've come to public hearing, what came to us to actually vote on, final. So remember, the process comes before us, staff brings it, we do the briefing, we have Q&A, we have discussion, then we typically set a public hearing where we hear from the public, and then some other time it comes back to us. But oftentimes before it comes back to us, that feedback that staff received during our commission conversation, what we heard from the public, not just in public comment and public hearing, but via email, via phone, via one-on-one conversations, all of that is kind of being shared, and oftentimes we do see a updated version come back to us to actually vote on. We saw that in the last 6 months with the lead ordinance. There were changes from the first time it came before us to the time we voted on it and passed it. We have not yet voted on drones, but we've talked about what are some changes that might need to be made in terms of more specific language. So while I understand the fear of where that might be coming from, based on my experience the last 6 months, that's not the case. And my ears are open, my heart is open, my mind is open to hearing feedback. And I think what I've seen, not just how I feel, but what I have seen and observed is that it's true for a lot of my colleagues as well. And in terms of being in the pockets, you know, campaigning is another conversation for another day. And I do, I think that I wish we had less money in politics and public campaigns. I am worried about the impact of moving our local elections to kind of align with state and federal elections and what that means for party politics and big money. This is all true. And I would say, for myself, I have already voted against a special interest group that supported me because I just could not get there on a specific issue. In general, I said, let's find something else. I support you. This was the rental property owners. I want to find a way to support you, but I cannot support your stance on the issue of the lead ordinance changes that came before us. So those are kind of two big issues that I think that I felt the need to address. After conversations like this, it is always frustrating to, you all named on everything that is wrong. You all named the culmination of years and years of failed systems and injustice. We're talking about outcomes, and now they're at our feet, and we have to figure out what can we deal with? What can we do within our realm of control, our circle of influence, with finite resources in such a divided time as this? And you all spoke about humanity. I would tell you, not too long after I was elected and I got set up on my email and I logged in, I did receive a lot of mean-spirited messages about our homeless population and about myself and about my colleagues, right? And I really, what I heard today, even when I take out some of the misinformation, when I take out the misunderstanding, when I take out some of the misdirected anger, some of the more personal attacks, I do hear everyone is concerned and care for your neighbors. I hear a love and a heart that no matter how people are situated, a love and care and concern from them and an advocacy for them. And I think that's beautiful. And I hope that more and more as we not just work together locally, but just the culture of our country right now, really get to a place where we are less mean-spirited, we are less divisive. I came here to work on the issues, not to personalize everything, not to field personal attacks, not to be defensive, not to play oppression Olympics, which sometimes I think the personal attacks yielded in this room kind of tries to bait us to do. I'm not interested. I'm here for the issues, and I'm here for the intellectual debate on the issues to try to find the best path forward, no matter who mouths it comes out of, what side of the aisle it comes out, like what is the best solution for the problems in front of us. And so that is why when I take my notes, I write your name, I write what can I take from this, what can I follow up on, what can I look into, and then what can I note that, hey, that's actually not within our circle of control right now, so why it could be a good idea another day, it's not a good idea for today, or it's not possible for today. So that's what I heard. That's kind of my reflection. I am looking forward to spending some more time thinking about this. I do think that the voice of the folks who will be most affected by this are missing, and I think that given the guidelines, both legal, the sentiment of the commission, the problem before us, that this does feel like it's going in the right direction. So I'm curious to see kind of what follow-up conversation happens from our public hearing, our one-on-one conversations, our engagement, to see kind of the final version that comes in front of us. Thank you all.
Thanks, Commissioner. City Clerk?
Just real briefly, just talking about the meeting times and so previous to 2013, Mayor, correct me if I say this wrong, the commission met weekly, like every week. The city commission met, and it was during the day generally?
Yeah, we had 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock.
2 o'clock and 7 o'clock meetings. And so the charge changed in 2013 to go to 2 meetings a month, gave the commission a little bit of flexibility and said one of those meetings needs to be at 7 o'clock p.m. For a while it was at 7 o'clock. Both meetings were, we had conversations with different groups of communities coming out of stuff that was going on in the city, and as we were having dialogue, no meeting time is going to be perfect for 200,000 people. It just isn't. And so we heard that sometimes the night meetings, night driving, buses, whatever it may be. So we're giving. So we wanted to have some different options. And once again, as the mayor has said and others have said, this isn't the only time that the city commission. This is the time the city commission does the business and votes on resolutions. And conducts things for the official record, but those communications, when I read those lists of communications that come into the city commission, those are in the record, those are in the city commission packets, those are there for history. Plus, all the times that, like Commissioner Knight said, go watch the YouTube. You can watch the YouTube for several years now, or a few years now, of city commission meetings and what's been going on either through Facebook or for YouTube. So that record is out there as well. Is there a perfect time for everybody? No, there isn't. And so what we've heard from different communities of that. So we're trying 2 different times, and then obviously we kind of moved how we do some of those community engagements with Commission Night Out, rather than just being a 7 o'clock meeting, of expanding those too. So we're trying lots of different options. Nothing's going to be perfect for everybody, so we're trying to give different options.
Thanks. City Attorney?
I keep hearing the words that we're criminalizing the unhoused community, and so just a couple areas of clarity. The nuisance ordinance does not criminalize. The disorderly ordinance does criminalize, but it's pretty narrow, so I want to point a couple of things out. So loitering, it isn't just running through Grand Rapids and picking people up everywhere for loitering. It's very specific. What it says is not to loiter in buildings or on premises where the person has been asked to leave, very similar to our trespass ordinance. So it's not just they're standing there and you go scoop them up. There's some conditions to it. The second one that relates to loitering is to not loiter or obstruct a doorway in a manner that interferes with people being able to go in and out of a building. So those are the only 2 items that are within the ordinance that relate to loitering. Second is a costing, and I think it's Libby talk about that one earlier. And it isn't just they're sitting in the social zone and someone comes ask for money and then automatically they get arrested. The words that are in there is that the conduct has to be repeated, non-consensual conduct. And so it gets to a level of where the person feels harassed or intimidated. It's not, I've walked through downtown and people come up and say, can you give me $1? Can you give me something? It's not that they're going to be scooped up because they came up and asked me for money. It's if I say, no, I don't have any cash with me today, which unfortunately is usually the case, but I don't have cash with me today, but they keep harassing me, they keep following me, they keep asking me to the point where I'm put in some sense of a fear of intimidation. And then it points out specifically the ATM machines. Of course, when people are at ATM machines, you're taking out cash and someone's standing there harassing you, that puts people at some fear. And so again, it doesn't become that one-time person comes up and says, can you give me? It's when you put the person in a sense of fear. And so it's very narrow. It's not this broad, just go through Grand Rapids and start picking people up for either asking for money or either standing in one place for a period of time. And so if we can just clear that up. All of it isn't criminal. Nuisance is not criminal. The disorderly is criminal, but there's some mechanisms in there that allow us to not just basically run through Grand Rapids scooping people up. Thank you.
Thanks. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to express my appreciation to the staff, and as much as this topic this afternoon has taken the majority of our time, almost 5 hours, we have done more than one thing today, a lot of important things. So appreciate the Commission's support of the continued funding of the Children's Advocacy Center to help with child sexual abuse, to reduce that experience, and approval of the work that we've done today with the African Collaborative Network to further help us understand the Black diaspora, from those who are immigrant and refugees specifically. continued funding of the Two College Through College program to help with our talent development and educational development among our own community, as well as the funding of some of the, continued funding of some of our public spaces, whether it be the effort you put into funding the Grand Rapids Public Museum, the continued work at Veterans Park. But also, I appreciated the briefing today at the Economic Development Project team, where we had a comprehensive update on our MLBE program and the report showing almost $14 million to MLBE contractors since the inclusion program was implemented in 2021. So lots of good update around economic inclusion, but going back to the discussion this afternoon, I want to revisit the number that was reported. While it is true that $500,000 has been recently allocated to community rebuilders to have a targeted rehousing effort for those who are chronically unhoused, that is in addition to all of the funding that was recently approved in the fiscal year 24 budget. So that was additional funding. So in that budget, we had almost $10 million for housing and homelessness allocated for various programs in the budget. And with the sale of the amphitheater, with the sale of 201 Market, we also projected another $10 million that will go into the Affordable Housing Fund. So that's almost $20 million. And the fund has been very diligent in meeting and has allocated the initial $5 million in housing fund and funding to support almost 200 new affordable units. And so they have been working very hard. So there is a lot of work that's going on, and all of it cannot be explained, obviously, in the public hearing because we're here to listen. But I just wanted to give that overview of the things that have happened during the course of the day, and I appreciate the work. And it does feel good to be, but we've had 2 holidays that have happened since we have met, both with Juneteenth and 4th of July. And I am very pleased with the recent report that we've heard around some of the experiences. We talked about safety today, and really one of the most important indicators, or one of the indicators of safety, is our homicide rate. And we, a few years ago, we really had a rise in homicides with almost 38. And this past June, we're very thankful that there was no homicides in the month of June and only 1 in May. And so that is a collective impact work of both crime prevention, as well as community safety, as well as policing. And so it takes all of that to continue to make our community safe, as well as our added investment. And I was pleased to see on this chamber, as filled as it was today, a couple of days ago, it was filled with over almost 200 students who were working in our Grow 1000 program, who were working part-time this summer as students at GRPS, other schools throughout our city, as well as some college students. And so it's programs like that, efforts like that, that allows us to look in ways to keep our community safe holistically. So thank you.
Thanks, City Manager. With that, we're adjourned.